I am here. Hi, MT. Hello, Gatebox. Hello. Just in time for one. This is 11 p.m. again. Yeah. I will look at trying to start stream like an hour earlier, so that it's like 10 p.m. for you and earlier in the afternoon for me. But no promises at the moment, though. Yes. So yesterday was quite a blast, right? Yesterday was quite a blast. We had like we had quite a lot of fun playing Dinkum and introducing this new Bean model. Oh my gosh, I love this so much. Bean Yori strikes again. That's right, it's a Bean Yori. Okay, maybe let me change some settings. Wait, I will let me disappear for a bit. I want to change some settings. Let's see. Up, down, rotation. Can I go like this? Okay, sorry. I thought I did something. Okay, let me try something else. I just don't want you guys to see the settings, so I'll disappear for a bit. Okay, let's see, does this work? Okay, I think this is much better. Alright, now I'll appear again. Ta-chang! It's cause it doesn't bother me. Besides, if I miss a stream, I can just watch the published version. Aw. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. And thanks for the hit pat, MT. Thank you. Thank you for joining me today, because today we will continue episode 2. Okay? Then I will arrange with Kiko. I will arrange with Kiko to see when she's available for a playthrough of episode 3. Because I foresee that it's gonna be quite long. We may not be able to finish like in exactly 2 days. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, but either way, yeah, let's look forward to it. Let's look forward to it. Yes. Okay, so without further ado, let us continue. Let me see if I can use my controller. Okay, you see, because I'm using Xbox controller, the layout is a bit different. So like B is A is B, X is Y, and Y is X. Oh my gosh, yes, yeah. Anyway, Kiko's pretty busy. Like Kiko will be pretty busy. Okay, tomorrow I will be busy. Okay, Kiko will be free, but I will be busy. What a pain. What a pain adulting is. But don't worry, I will try my best. Okay, so continuing, the imprisoned turnabout and part 1. Let's start. Okay, we're gonna talk to Saiban again, right? March 28th, 3:02 p.m. Detention Center Visitors Room. Poor Saiban. Why did you not mention that beforehand? No! But I did! What didn't I mention? That you're a member of the Very Big Circus. Yeah, you didn't tell us that. No, it's just that I'm not. I can't call myself a member yet. I'm just a new recruit. Regardless, that still makes you a member. What? Did he just faint? Okay. So, why didn't you tell us that before? If I had told you I was part of the circus, it would have made me look suspicious, right? Since I also knew Knightley and all that. Aw. I didn't think anyone would believe what I had to say. Not even you guys, Kay. Aw. But I'm getting feels. Oh my gosh. Didn't we promise to believe in you? But Mr. Edgeworth, you're just kind of scary. Man, you're just terrible at getting info from people, aren't you, Miles? Oh. Yeah, Miles is like, he has his weaknesses, and his weakness happens to be getting the witness to like cooperate in court or like during interrogation. That's none of your concern. Looks like we need to have a talk with him again. So, what did you do in the circus, Simon? I guess you could say I'm a wild animal tamer. I'm still just an apprentice, though. Ooh, wild animal tamer. Wow, doesn't that ring a bell, guys? Wow, that's incredible! So you command lions and tigers to do your bidding, right? I just saw the trailer for the Konosuba prequel anime called An Explosion. This wonderful warm so pumped for a new anime. This time Megumi is the star. Oh, happy for you. Nuh-uh, nothing crazy like that. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way. My partner is this little guy right here. Ah, is money, guys. And that makes you a wild animal tamer? He's more like an organ grinder than a wild animal tamer. What do you mean, organ grinder? What? Oh my gosh, it's freaking money. I knew it. I knew it. Hey, money, cut that out. He can be quite a handful sometimes. Can be quite a handful sometimes. LOL! So that's their act? It's a Ratatouille act. I thought organ grinders controlled their monkeys, not the other way around. Well, we have to talk to him either way. Yesterday, you told us you were just a regular employee, correct? Even if I'm a member of the circus, I'm still legally an employee. We're just like any regular company. The ringleader is the boss, and I'm just a grunt. I even have a supervisor. She's the head of the Wild Animal Tamer division. No matter what kind of fierce creature, they all immediately follow her every command. She might even be able to get a handle on Miles here. Hell. I am not a wild animal. Did you and your supervisor take part in the animal show here at the prison? Yeah, it was just us two. It was only a small operation this time around. Thanks for the head pat, sour grapes. Basically, my supervisor takes center stage and I take care of all the dirty work. Well, I did have a tiny part in the performance. And what was that? So there are only 2 members of the circus that are related to this case. So, can you tell me about your movements around the prison? Okay, I went to meet Knightley 2 days ago, around noon. And that's when you gave him the chessboard? That's right. And then that night, I started setting up the stage in the courtyard. Oof, that looks heavy. It was pretty tough going back and forth, moving all the crates by myself. By himself, okay. I left everything in workroom A, I think. Just temporary storage. Workroom A. That's where the body was discovered. Didn't your supervisor help you at all? No way! I can't let her do anything like that! That's my job! Hi Shiba, welcome back. Yes, I am welcomed. Yes. And welcome to my stream. How's you doing today? After I got everything ready, we started rehearsing. When we left, it was almost midnight. The show was set to start at 8 a.m. the next day and go on until 10 a.m. The only one who went in and out of where the body was found is Mr. Keys. And then the body was found just before the show ended. Do you happen to know why you were arrested? It's weird how it happened so fast. I don't think that the pest guy, would just have you arrested on a whim. I wouldn't put it past him though. Well, maybe it's because of that. When I was moving the crates, I decided to go check up on him. You know, nightly. Hi Takadachi, hi the boy! Yes, it's Binyowi! Hello, Binyowi! Yes! For those of you who missed yesterday, yes, it's me, Binyowi! You went directly into the detention block? Did you have permission? No, I had to sneak in. It wasn't a formal visit or anything. Didn't you already see him 2 days ago? Why would you go and do such a thing? Well, we're the only friends either of us has had since childhood. Is another raid happening? I see frame drops. Frame drops? I don't think anything. No, I don't think anything's happening. Let me just check. Well, my bitrate is going fine. Yeah, it might be the internet on your side. Gaybox, yes. Might be internet on your side. And, yes, welcome to the sheepdom. Leosa Bonestel. Is that how I pronounce it? Leosa? Welcome to the sheepdom, Leosa. Welcome. Hi. Yes, Leosa. Hi. Lovely to welcome you to the sheepdom. I hope you enjoy your time here. That was good now. It was happening. Yes, maybe it's the alerts, you know, it's the alerts. He was the same as me. We never had real families. I just wanted to talk with him for a bit, so I went to see him. Aww. You didn't have a family? When I was younger, I lost the only family I had, my father. Oh no! So is that it? I know all too well how it feels to lose your father at a young age. No, what is this feels true? I didn't ask for this! Oh! So you're the same as Mr. Itchworth and me. So it was just the two of you talking at that time? Yes, all the other cells were empty and there weren't any guards nearby either. Man, his alibi. Ah. Hehehe. But then you got found out and that's why they suspected you. What? Did I do something really bad? That's not really. Something must have happened while Mr. Keys and Knightley were alone. That's probably the bestest logic. It seems that we'll need to talk with your supervisor as well. She should be here today too. Probably in the courtyard. Oh, I'm sorry it turned out like this, boss. Simon, if there's anything we can do to help, just tell us. What? But I can't do anything in return. Don't you worry about that. We're your allies. Okay. That's because we're like birds of a feather, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Birds of a feather, huh? I suppose that's true. You know, we have sufficient information about your past. I doubt you had a motive to kill Knightley. Rather, you are probably the most affected by his death. And I doubt someone as timid as you could work up the courage to murder someone. Help. Why is this so funny? Alright, I'll get you out of here. We'll believe in you. Well, what do we have here? Starting to get a hang of the whole defense attorney gig? Well, he did like defense. He did some defense attorney stuff with like Phoenix, you know, in the last part of the trilogy. So like, it's not exactly his first time, but man, Ray's theme is so nice. What the hell? It's such a bop. Yeah. Okay. I'll continue. You sounded a bit like your old man just now. Me? Sound like my father? Welcome to the sheep and Rakaite. Welcome. Is that how I pronounce your name? Rakaite? Rakate? Yeah, please correct me if I'm wrong. He would say the defense attorney's job is to be an ally to the deserted. If we're going to ride that stallion into the sunrise, wait for me. I want in too. Wow. Prosecutors having a change of heart. Sounds weird. I mean, people change, you know? Like, the way you do your job changes sometimes too. Mr. Shields, I think you mean sunset. Rude. Yeah, of course. It was just a joke. Want some candy? Candy! No, thank you. I don't like sweets. This may be important later. Oh, really? What a shame. What's wrong with the sunrise? The legendary Yatagarasu is all about the sun. Of course. Okay. Since the sunlight always exposes the truth. Good grief. For now, let's just head to the prison courtyard and see what we can find there. Yeah, let's go to the courtyard. Huh? The shutter is open! Oh, whoa, the shutter. Yes, it looks like that way leads to the courtyard. Ace Attorney, let's go. That's right, Nausea. Let's go, Ace Attorney. So, what are we waiting for? Come on, let's get a move on. She's certainly in high spirits. Go, go, go! Go, go, go! Man, Edgeworth is so bright. Okay, it's like his suit is like March 28th, 3:37 p.m. prison courtyard. And the pro narration. Is that so? Thank you. I try my best, okay? Well, I would say I did read alongs for the first 3 games, so this is not my first game, but yeah, thank you very much. I'll continue. So this is the courtyard. Just before the body was discovered, the animal show was held here. It looks just like a carnival. Man, I bet it was lots of fun. Oh, she's been taking pictures, huh? Oh, what did you see, Kay? What is it, girl? What'd you see? The prisoners were gathered here when the body was found. Okay, oh my gosh. I can't maps. Why maps? Yeah. So that means that whoever saw the show has an alibi. Floor plans, detention center, and prison maps. Touch the check button for details. Okay. We should start by checking the area for... Okay! It must be an animal. It's an elephant. Cut it out, you! Help me, Mr. Edgeworth! You there! Stop right this instant! Ow! 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 Oh, he went faster. Someone! Anyone! Help! Oof! Hi, Squid. Hello. Lovely to meet you. Today, yes, welcome to the stream where an elephant is bashing the head of our weird girl assistant. Down! Astic! Down! What? Poor... Looks like you found a new playmate. Good for you, Astic. It wasn't playing around. It was about to eat me. Elephants are herbivores. Huh? No way. That's impossible. It's Regina. This child doesn't bite. Often. Often, huh? Cool. Yeah. People normally never get to play with an elephant up close. Isn't it wonderful? No, it's not. It's wonderful, right? It was simply marvelous, little lady. Mr. Shields! Really? Oh, that makes me so happy. So how about a hug? As thanks, can you stop trying to hug everyone, Ray? God damn it. You perf. Nice GB model, by the way. Thank you, Squid. It's Bean Yuri. Bean Yuri is here to take over my channel. Hey, yeah. Wait, let me just to make sure. Milk tea is with me, right? Milk tea is with me. That's right. Milk tea is with me. Let's go. Hey, watch where you swing that thing. Weren't you taught not to hit people with your trunk? He got bonked by an elephant. It looks like Astic is friends with everyone. I am an assistant of this defense attorney. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Regina Berry. Nice to meet ya. I'm the great thief and defense attorney's assistant, Kay Faraday. Assistant. Uncle Ray, you mad lad. I know, right? I was like, bonk. He needs a bonk. Like, he's definitely a good guy, but also he needs a bonk. That's a rather complicated job title. And the one playing with Mr. Elephant is the defense attorney, Mr. Ray Shields. It's not Mr. Elephant. It's Astic, the fantastic Asian elephant. You're incredible, Regina. You made Astic stop right away. Well, I'm a wild animal tamer after all. Really? Then you must be Simon's supervisor. Yep, I'm the head of the Berry Big Circus Wild Animal Tamer Division. The one and only Regina Berry. She's so cute. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Ace Attorney, Ray Shields. It looks like he's the one she has a handle on. Wow, she charms everybody. It's like she charms everybody but Phoenix and Mouse. Yeah, these two cannot be swayed. Yes, she's perfect. What are you mumbling about, Kay? Oh, she wants to recruit Regina into her Yatagarasu. Look at her! She's energetic, fun-loving, and healthy. She could be the new member of the Yatagarasu. She'll be perfect as a great thief. His unimpressed expression is funny. That's right. Any expression of a mouse is funny, honestly. A great thief? That sounds like fun! We could make a huge ruckus with the animals. You can't make a ruckus. A great thief is supposed to be quiet and sneaky, like. But the show needs to have flash. Being quiet is kind of boring. Aww, I guess she's not very thief-like after all. She's so disappointed. It seems there has been a breakdown in negotiations. I need to take a screenshot of it. I need to take a screenshot of this now. This is funny. There's no way to screenshot like this with F12, so I'm gonna have to manually screenshot it. Breakdown in Nego. I'll save this, yes. Continue. Alright, let's get started, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's check out anything that looks suspicious. We'll even look through the barbed wire if we have to. High voltage... Kate, no, I don't want to die. Yes, we need to gather more information about the case. We should also try talking with anyone connected to the case, which is Regina Berry. Let's go then. We have the... It's a wicker crate. No, there are tires attached to it, so I guess it's a cart. It kinda smells like animals. They probably use this instead of a hand trolley at the circus. Ooh. Just once, I'd like to ride one of these bad boys down a hill. Kate, that's a recipe for disaster. Don't do that. Ah! Or maybe one of those office chairs with wheels. Doesn't that sound like fun? What is she talking about? Well, I used to share X. No, because this is not a Steam game. This is an emulator. That's why. So, Nyan Nyan. Hi, Kurokami. Hi. Okay, Nyan Nyan. I will give a Nyan Nyan. This is a Bean Yuri Nyan Nyan, guys. It's a special version. There's your Nyan Nyan. It's the Berry Big Circus's Asian elephant, Astique. Supposedly very friendly with humans. Astique is just stares. Doesn't seem very friendly. It's your stern gaze, Mr. Edgeworth. It must think you're the boss. Are you comparing me to an animal? Help. That's not what I meant. I think it approves of you. That doesn't make me the least bit happy. This is stupid. That door is locked. Want me to pick the lock? Success is not guaranteed, though. No, if need be, I'll just borrow a key. Sheesh, I thought it was finally a chance for me to steal the spotlight. Don't even think about stealing anything in my presence. Not even the spotlight. Oh my god. This ass. Edger, please. Stop being such a show-off. Jeez. Because you see you next time. See you next time, Gatebucks. Thank you for dropping by. Sheesh. Yes. Hi, AGC. This is a stage where they put on the animal show. If I put on a Great Thief show, I wonder if anyone will come. I'm pretty sure the police would show up. Hell, why are these two so hilarious? Danger! High voltage! These signs really do exist. On the other side, you can see what appears to be the detention center's garden. It's just as Warden Roland said, you can see the garden from her office. If it weren't for this barbed wire, we could take a look at the garden on the other side. That is Warden Roland's prized garden. I doubt she'll let us in so easily. Okay, pond. Ribbit! What are you doing? Don't you know? If you croak like a frog at a pond, they will come towards you. The only things that are coming towards you are the water striders. Water striders are so cool. They're like ninjas. They glide gracefully on top of the water. I wish I could do that. Yeah, if you turn into an insect. What about the frogs? We are not getting anywhere. What the hell? This is a stage, right? This is a stage. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's this guy again. No. No. This crude-looking well seems handcrafted. Was it built by the inmates? There are a bunch of tools lying around the well. A long piece of rope. And a heavy-looking weight. 15 kg. That is fairly heavy. It weighs 33 pounds. It says so right here. There's even a couple of pulleys. Okay, please stop touching other people's things. Stinky pants! I'm just checking stuff out. It's not like I'm going to take them home with me. Still, these tools... What were they used for? Chairs. These were used for audience seating during the show. Folding up all these chairs must have been a chore. Is that so? Don't tell me you've never tidied up folding chairs before. I've delegated the task to others in the past. Mr. Edgeworth, you should try doing some manual labor once in a while. Hi, Carl. Hello. I'll look into it. Okay, I guess we have no choice but to talk to this insufferable guy. Mr. Attorney, how are we doing today? We're doing... Hey, we just met a few moments ago. Please do forgive me. Ever since I've come here, I've been working on refining my speech. That's not the only thing that needs refining. Right now, I'm helping out with the cleanup after the show. But if there's anything you need, please let me know. You have my full cooperation. I'm in the middle of volunteer work right now. As you can see, I'm a model prisoner. Sure you are. I have been reborn inside this prison. Reborn as a thief. That was... The devil made me do it. Lamau. How can you blame the devil? You're a disgrace to thieves. I have nothing to say. I still have much to learn. As a thief? But as you can see, I've exchanged my bracelet for a working one. I will continue to devote myself to being a model prisoner. Again with the model prisoner. Give it a rest already. Yeah, Phoenix put you in here, so Mal's gotta like watch you. I'm training to pay my debt to society once I become eligible for parole. So you were training instead of watching the animal show. So there were only 2 people who did not watch the show, Sawit and Dogen. Why didn't you say anything about Dogen earlier? Oh, I remember this guy, that's right. Yeah, this guy, I hated him. He was the very, very first case ever. Like, ever. Well, if you asked any inmate at this prison, they'll all think twice before telling you. That person is like the ruler of this place. Around here, we call him the supplier. Oh, so he's the one that brings in the good stuff. The supplier? He seems like a good guy though. He's one of those guys that you can never trust, yeah. If you ask him nicely, he can provide you with anything you want. Oh. What? Is that allowed? Normally it's not allowed, but with him it's another story. He supposedly has a secret route to procure these goods. As the supplier, Dogen would be in a position of power. However, I've put all that behind me. All I care about now is applying mud packs to the animals. Mud packs? Mud packs? I coat the animal's fur with my mineral-rich mud packs to give it a beautiful shine. To help with my training, I give them all to the animals in prison. Each and every one of them. Even the black dog? Mud, huh? It could be related to that piece of evidence. I should present it to him. Let's see. There is, where's the mud? Where's the mud? Did I completely forget where's the mud? Is there mud here? Wait, no. I pressed the wrong button. No. Are you sure about that? That's nothing to do with me, so I know nothing about it. Are you sure about that? I think you know more than you're letting on. Preposterous. From head to toe. There is not a single thing about me that is a lie. Because I am a model prisoner. The hair on his head is a lie, but it's probably better if I didn't say anything about it. Oh, he has a toupee. What do you call it, the toupee? Thanks for the head, Peliosa. Thank you. Appreciate it. Much appreciated. Is there anything else I can present? Like... mud, right? Oh, so it's not related. Okay. What am I doing? Investigation. How would he know anything about this though? The glove? Oh, the glove! Oh, okay, I'm an idiot. Yes. Headpan, before I go into focus on work, I follow base attorney. Thank you, Leosa. Thank you. Go focus on work. Okay, see you again sometime. Yeah, at this one. Okay. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Where did the mud on this glove come from? Ah, that's the mud from my mud packs. At the time I was practicing applying my mud packs. Could you tell me when this took place on the day of the incident? Since the animal show had started, I'd say it was around 9 AM. The mud packs turned the animals' bodies pitch black, and my heart was pure white. Oh! So it may not be the black dog. It may just be an animal covered in mud. I was totally engrossed with covering the animals in mud. Prison life must be taxing on his stress levels. Rubber glove. Data updated in my organizer. Thanks to the warden's policies, I can undergo job training here. I owe her a debt of gratitude. I don't think I have anything else to ask about. We could speak to Regina Berry first. Head of the Wild Animal Tamer Division. Are you Mr. Keys' supervisor? That's right. Very Big Circus was created by my daddy. But Daddy died in a murder incident. Your dad is... But after that, our current ringmaster made the circus even bigger. The ringmaster is Daddy's close friend. He's like a funny uncle. Funny uncle. Wow, a funny uncle? That's great, Regina. Yep. Uncle Mo established the Wild Animal Tamer, Magic, and Ventriloquist divisions. Ooh. Only the Wild Animal Tamer and Ventriloquist divisions have subordinates, though. Very Big Circus is going to become even more fabulous. Aw. Yes, that sounds amazing. So yes. Shiny. The way these two are carrying on, I'd hate to put a damper on things. Could you tell us about the animal show? It's an amazing show. It has a storyline and everything. Oh. What's more, it's a love story. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Hehehe, very nice. Are you the heroine, Regina Pie? Uncle Raymond. Sorry. Nope. The heroine of the show is Astique. Oh. Fabulous equal Max Galactica, exactly. And her partner is Regent the Tiger. What? It's about the forbidden love between an elephant and a tiger? Elephant and tiger? Forbidden love? That's right. It's what they call a love triangle. Isn't it romantic? It sounds amazing, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Heroine. Astique is a female elephant? Since it's a love triangle, shouldn't there be one more animal involved? And most ringmaster, now that's right. Thanks for the hit pass, Slinky. Yep, the third animal. He's the one who interferes with the love between Astique and Regent. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you think it is? It's money. Well, since it's a circus, perhaps a lion? I think a crow would be nice. Hehehe. The third animal is a naughty little monkey. Yes, I knew it. It's freaking money. The scale suddenly got smaller. Ah! Money the monkey! Nope. The one who plays the role of the monkey is Simon. The one who plays the role of the monkey. Help! I'm dead. I'm dead. Why? Money is a little too small. I see. He's like the villain who tries to break up the love between Astique and Regent. How will Astique and Regent control their own destiny? Isn't it wonderful? I guess. I thought Mr. Keys just did all the grunt work. Wouldn't you feel sorry for Simon if he didn't get to perform on stage? I mean, true. Hi Diona, hello. Could you tell me about the preparations for the show? Simon handled everything, so I don't know that much about it. Simon insisted on it. He wanted me to focus on the show. I saw Simon doing something near the well, though. Oh? The well. If I recall, it was behind the stage. I'd better go take a look at it later. He even moved this giant cage all by himself. Simon is such a nice guy. It sounds like something Simon would do. While crying profusely. During the preparations, Simon went back and forth between the workroom and the courtyard. We were using the workroom to store our equipment. Only Simon entered that room, so I don't know anything about it. The workroom. Was it the one where we found the dead body? So Simon was the only one who entered workroom A? Man, the bad news just keeps on coming. Mr. Lawyer, please promise me you'll help Simon? Don't worry! Despite his looks, Mr. Edgeworth is really amazing. Despite his looks. Despite my looks. And just what is wrong with the way I look? Why is this dialogue so funny? Oh my! Oh, it's the warden. There you are, Regina, darling! Ah, Miss Roland! I was looking all over for you. I wanted to have a little chat with you. Let's talk to her then. Wait, can we talk to the like to the warden? Like, can we talk to the warden? Okay, yes, the prison, yes. Could you tell me a little about this prison? Currently, this place is my pride and joy, which I like to call our home. When I first came here, this prison was in a terrible state. Terrible state? You mean the prisoners' attitudes? There are no bad children in my family. It was the environment that was terrible. That's why, after giving it a lot of thought, I enlisted the help of the animals. Being together with animals will soften up even the most hardened criminals. Right now, everyone has returned to their most honest self. Just take a look at Frankie. He's a model prisoner. Miss Roland. Oh my gosh. A model prisoner who was trying to steal stuff from a dead body. There are lots of model prisoners here, but Frankie is number one. He's proactive with his job training and helps out with the chores. Don't the other model prisoners do job training and chores? Eh? Don't be silly. They all do, of course. It's just that Frankie here, he has his sights set on something different. Oh? Something feels strange. In any case, he's a very good boy. Please get along with each other. With one another. The enchanting music, the prancing animals, the very big circus is fabulous. If you come here, you can see a show once a month. Once a month, ooh. Really? Then maybe I should... Was she just thinking about committing a crime? LOL? Once a month, you said. Is it always the very big circus? Of course! I'm Regina Darling's biggest fan. My darling Regina. She's just so fabulous. Did she just kiss her fox on the lips? Holy shit. She's such a cutie pie. I could just eat her up. She really likes her darling Regina. We love crime. That's right, we love crime. That's why I'm worried about poor little Simon. If he is found guilty, Regina darling will be heartbroken. Mr. Lawyer, please take care of little Simon. Little Simon. If there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. But really, I would have loved to show everyone yesterday. You did a wonderful job on the stage, Regina darling. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm glad all the prisoners came to see it. Hi, Fallen. All about that. Just between you and me, not everyone came to see the show. That would be Dogen and Sawit, I imagine. There were 3 people who didn't see your show yesterday. 3! Unbelievable, really. Excuse me, but did you say there were 3 prisoners who did not see the show? 3! That's right. I took a count and there were 3 empty seats. And we even had the correct number of seats set out. Hey guys, how you peeps been? Well, we've been great, I think. Doesn't that seem weird to you, Mr. Edgeworth? It does. We have thought that Dogen and Sawit were the only 2 prisoners who were not present in the courtyard during the show. But that doesn't add up. Where did the 3rd person go? Further investigation is needed. I was having so much fun talking to you, Regina darling, that I completely forgot. It's time to feed my baby. My baby? Is that Fox? Right? What in the flying tarnation? What the what? What is that? What is that? It's an alligator. Oh, Allie, look as cute as ever. Oh, how cute. So her name is Allie? Yep, she's Allie the alligator. She's my favorite out of all my family. How lovely. I want to try petting it. If Regina darling wants to pet it, go right ahead. I'll allow it. They seem pretty excited. We need to go check the prison cells, don't we? That's right. Let's look for the 3rd prisoner who didn't see the animal show. Oh my gosh, I have no words. March 28th, 4:02 p.m. prison hallway. Mr. Edgeworth, I finally found you, sir. Is it our boy? It's our boy Gumshoe! Detective Gumshoe, I take it the investigation is running smoothly. The judge and that prosecutor haven't shown up yet. Oh, yeah, I also got your message, sir. What was the result of the examination of the victim's cell? We hit the jackpot, sir. Traces of blood were found on the cell floor. There wasn't a whole lot there, though. Yay, Gumshoe, yay. This should prove that the murder occurred in the holding cell. Indeed, the probability has increased. However, we still cannot say for certain. I thought you'd say that, sir, so I asked the lab guys to look into it a little further. They're running an analysis on the blood, so we'll know soon if it's the victims or not. Way to go, Gummy! Good thinking! Detective, you have outdone yourself. What caused this sudden foresight? What is with stupid? Let me like screenshot this. I need to. What caused this sudden foresight? Oh my god! Oh, stop burning him. He's already dead. Sudden foresight. I'm actually a little hurt that you're so surprised by it, sir. I hope nothing bad comes of this. Okay. I wiped floor data, updated in my organizer. Interesting. Once we get the results, we can prove that the scene was the holding cell. Which leaves... finding out how that doggy managed to sneak his way in there. Just leave that to me, pal. Since that other prosecutor isn't here, we can investigate as much as we want. That's why I brought my secret weapons with me. Did you bring missile? Secret weapons? That's right, pal. They've gotten us out of a few jams before. Take a gander at Dick Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons. You have 7? Looks like he'll come in handy. Want to take up his offer, Miles? Detective, please allow us the use of your secret weapons. Sure thing, sir. First, I'll give you a rundown. Secret weapon number 1. The trusty metal detector. Oh my gosh, this one. Perfect for finding all kinds of metallic objects. Including that. Pull it in your mentor's shoulder. Yes, anyway. As its name implies. Next, secret weapon number 2. Everyone's favorite pal, missile! Missile! It's missile, guys! It's missile! I love missile so much! Man, he made more appearances here than like in the original trilogy. I love it so much. Let me screenshot this. Oh my gosh, yes, a missile, guys, our favorite police sheepdoggo. He can track any scent you want, especially the scent of food. That so good, right? So cute. He's much cuter than Mr. Dogen's dog. Mr. Dogen's dog, like a Shiba, is tiny. It stands no chance against anything else. And then secret weapon number 3, it's this. Isn't that a fishing pole? What are you trying to catch? No, actually, I just brought it by accident. Never mind that. What's next, detective? That's all of them, sir. You said 7. What? You called them the 7 secret weapons, but there's only 3 of them. It's also cutie, right? That's all I have for now, pal. We can use the rest next time. I can't just reveal them all at once. Why do you think they're called the secret weapons, pal? It doesn't matter. We'll just use the 3 that he's provided. Alright, which one do you want to use? I feel like we should use the fishing pole. Should we? Should we use the fishing pole? But missile, guys! But missile! The missile. Let's use missile. You want missile, sir? Hey, pal! Over here, missile! Oh, so cute now! Oh, he's so cute! Oh, he's so adorable! Look at him! Look at him! Oh, hi, missile! Hello! You're the cute boy you are! You're so cute! Hi! Oh, so cute! Oh, there he is! First, let's decide what scent he should track down. We're searching for the route Dogen's dog used to get to the detention cell. This route would have also been the same path used to carry the body to the prison. So if we have him track the scent of the body, that should lead us to the path. Don't you smell something sweet? Really? All I can smell is the scent of blood. It's a very faint scent, like cake or something. Oh? The scent of cake from the body? Alright, Miss Al, get a good whiff of that scent, pal. So cute! Help! Okay, guys, Shibas are generally not used as police dogs because they are very independent and they have their own personality. They're just cats that look like dogs, okay? Is the hill that I would die on. Yeah, so for it's a turn to use a Shiba as a police dog. That's so cute. Come on, let's follow after him. Dun dun. That way is... He's heading towards the special cell. And he's gone straight inside. It's because the special cell has food. Yes, let's follow him. March 28th, 4:24 p.m. Prison special cell. Here is Dogen's cell, but it looks like he's absent at the moment. Maybe he's being interrogated. What's in here? Shh! I think he's found something. Aye! He's angry. What could there be in this room? Mr. Edgeworth, we better take a look. Okay. It's Dogen's chessboard. It still has that hound piece on it. Ah, the chessboard has legs! Aren't these things expensive? They can be. This is very good craftsmanship. Yes. Mr. Dogen playing chess is kinda unexpected, you know. I figured he'll be more of a Go player or something like that. That's true. Go. Do you play Go, Kay? I'm really good at Go Bang. What's that? But that's not Go. Look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's a small chisel here. I'm not well versed in woodworking, but this seems to be a pocket-sized chisel. A pocket-sized chisel! It must be convenient to have one wherever you go. Is that from a thief's point of view? No, it's from a great thief's point of view. Oh, of course. She didn't even skip a beat. Oh, that was useless. Okay, examine, yep. It's the chisels Dogen uses. More than enough for him to murder someone with. Speaking of chisels, it kind of looks like someone used a chisel on your forehead, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sorry? And what is that supposed to mean? See? That furrow between your brow is getting deeper. It looks just like a carving. I would leave the subject alone if I were you. Okay. Woof, woof, woof! Miss Al, maybe... this is what you're barking at? Oh my god. Oh. Whoa, hey! Knock it off, pal! So he's barking at the food. What a mood. Same. I would bark at food too. Chocolate cake is bad for dogs. If that's how it's gonna be, I'll eat it all myself. Wow, that was pretty good. Good for you. But it looks like someone else has a problem with that. So what is that? No, right? That wasn't fair, Gummy. I wanted to eat it too. I doubt it's wise to eat food you find lying around a prison. Anyway, I guess Misal was barking at the cake, sir. Oh my god. That was pointless. No! Is that police dog going to get the job done? He's fine, pal. He was just following his stomach instead of his nose. Let's track down the scent of the body for real this time, Missile. It better not be food again. God damn it, Missile. Ooh, looks like he's found something else, sir. Hmm? Now it's this cell. This would be Mr. Albert's cell. I'd also like to examine the interior. Detective, call a guard. Roger that, sir. Man, Miss Sol is just good work, detective. By the way, is J. Albert still being held in the disciplinary room? No, he should have already returned. He was present during the noon roll call. Then where did he go? Did he get killed too? He may have been assigned to work someplace else. I see. Well then, may we examine the cell? Yes, sir! Oh man, this guy. Ah, there's a poster of Mr. Albert on the wall! And what's this next to it? Is this his weight loss target? He was a former boxer. He probably continued with his weight management. It seems he also takes various protein supplements. Muscle protein, hustle protein. Weight loss protein, nothing but protein. Which weight class was he aiming for? I mean, I think this is the entire what's this? Okay, table. Mr. Edgeworth, how many minutes do you think this hourglass goes for? Albert is a former boxer, so I'd say 3 minutes. Ah! That's so smart. In a boxing match, each round lasts for 3 minutes. Bzzzt, wrong! The correct answer is around 2 minutes. Why? Well, because the glass is cracked and some sand has spilled out. What? How could I have missed that? That was so pointless. That's his pet. What's this? Rocky is written here in messy handwriting. Could this be the bear's toy? This prisoner seems very close to his unusual partner. Ah, this takes me back! Didn't you play with stuff like this when you were a kid? No, I don't recall doing that. Oh man! Mousy had such a boring childhood. Like even before Von Karma. Well then, what did you play when you were younger? Chess? Well, chess, golf, and the flute, things like that. Oh my god, I knew it. Chess? It's so boring! Mr. Edgeworth, didn't you have any friends? Oh, help! Why must you be so concerned about that? This sandbag shows signs of repeated use. Woof, 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 woof. You want a box too, Miss Al? Woof, 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 woof. Look at him go. It can't be. Detective, move the sandbag at once. Yes, sir. A hole? This is... Guys! A hole! Woof, 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 woof! Hey, Miss L, come back here! I'm going to... Hold it! stop them, sir. It's too tight for me, sir. Detective! It can't be helped. I'll have to wait for her to contact me. There we go. Hello, Kate, are you alright? Don't get so worked up. Right now, I'm in the detention center. The detention center? That hole comes out at Nightly cell. Really? Stay where you are. I'm coming over there now. March 28th, 5:04 p.m. Detention Center holding cell. Kay! Mr. Edgeworth! Hehehe, I really helped out, didn't I? Indeed, she doesn't appear to be injured. Aww, you care about her. The floorboards have been ripped out from under the bed, sir. I see. It seems we've found what we were looking for. The passageway between the detention center and the prison is blocked by solid doors. However, there was a secret underground tunnel between it. We were following a sweet scent and arrived here. That means the scent must have come from Knightley's body. Sweet scent? Is it the... Why is there sweet scent though? Come to think of it, his body was covered in dirt. It may have been caused by passing through the tunnel. Okay, what was the inside of the tunnel like? It was pitch black, so I really couldn't see much, but I took some photos. If you couldn't see much, what makes you think photos would show up? Please show us. How? How did you get lighting? You said you couldn't see much, but your photo comes out perfectly lit like this? Excuse me? Where's the logic? Hello? Hello? Something's missing here, guys. I'm missing a huge chunk of logic. Where did you get the light? Did she maybe use a flash? This is... spoons and forks. Were these used to dig the tunnel? But more importantly, what are these footprints? These footprints, could they belong to a dog? They look a bit big though. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. This will surely be vital evidence. However, before we consider that, we have a big problem. What problem? A problem? J. Albert could use this tunnel to move around freely. Detective, confirm his whereabouts post-haste. Perhaps he's... You may be right, sir! This is a big deal! Dun, dun, dun. After speaking with the guards, the search for J. Albert was carried out immediately. They searched every nook and cranny of the detention center and the prison. He's gone. But in the end, they found no sign of him. March 28th, 5:34 p.m. Detention Center hallway. Did you contact the police? Yes, ma'am. We've already done that. We've set up a security what's English? A security perimeter around the prison, ma'am. Right. This is the first scandal in our prison's history. We're so sorry. She's completely different from before. Mr. Edgeworth, was it? Thank you for finding the escapee's tunnel. But it's a little too late. Mr. Albert has long since left here. I don't believe he has gone beyond the detention center. Oh. There are security gates located at the exit of the detention center. I believe it would have been difficult to get through those, wouldn't you agree? Maybe he has another tunnel. He certainly can't deny that possibility, however. Anyway, there's no use in you being here now. Please return to your investigation. Yes, we'll do that. Oh gosh. You guys get back to your posts too. Yes, ma'am. Detective Gumshoe, sir, we've got the results of that blood test you requested. Dun, dun, dun. Good work, pal. These are the forensic results on the bloodstain found in Knightley's cell. So, what's it say, Mr. Edgeworth? The blood is confirmed to have been Knightley's. We got it! Hey now, that's good news! We found the bloodstain in Knightley's cell and discovered the tunnel the dog used. Furthermore, the security camera shows footage of a dog attacking Knightley in his cell. I don't think it's that simple. We have all the evidence we need. It's time we ask Dogen a few questions. Dogen, did you say? Please, use utmost caution. That meant even his henchmen outside of the prison. Outside of the prison? Is this related to secret trade routes as the supplier? The police have been searching for Dogen's henchmen for ages. I've also been helping them, but... So that means back then... So he still won't talk? Even after all the trouble you went through to get the evidence transferred from the precinct? That's right, I don't know how many times I've tried. I can't report back empty-handed. That assassin sure is one tough cookie, huh? You had evidence transferred from the precinct? Yes, we borrowed all the evidence concerning Dogen. I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but... no matter how much evidence we have on him, we can't get a single word out of him. It's logic chess with this guy, right? The warden interrogates him herself? Why go that far? Lose your focus and he'll eat you alive. Be on your guard. Whoa, you've made Uncle Ray a little nervous. Wait, 5:55 p.m. Prison special cell. Judge Courtney, what are you doing here? Questioning a prisoner? Did you forget that we're investigating as well? Or rather, have you forgotten my warning? Oh. If you value your badge, you should not have appeared before me again. I'm sorry if you thought that I would abide by those words. Oh, I won't overlook something important just to heed your warning. I've come for a testimony about the truth of this case, which you have overlooked. You mean to say you require my humble services? As I promised, I've returned to prove that you are the culprit. Interesting. Do tell. Before that, you should first listen to our reasoning. Oh my gosh, I hate this guy. We can say with confidence that Simon Keyes is the culprit. Only Simon Keyes could have moved Mr. Knightley into the prison. And we can show proof of this fact. But first, I'd like to hear your resolve, Prosecutor Edgeworth. our reasoning is correct, will you submit it to us? The worst. I know, right? He's not the best, he's the worst. You're right. Your prosecutor's badge. Oh! You'll deprive him of his badge? Is that a threat, pal? No, it's not a threat. Rather, an act of compassion. Normally, I wouldn't even have taken notice of you, since you have no right to investigate. However, if you are able to show proper resolve, I would be willing to let you be my opponent. Oh, whoa. Hey. Damn. Okay, let me... Wait, I forgot to close off my... Yeah, okay. Are you willing to risk it? Your prosecutor's badge? Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Oh no. He's so confident. Oh my gosh, I love this. Very well. I trust my own reasoning. But moreover, at the moment, I am currently a defense attorney's assistant first and a prosecutor second. I will not sully the good name of the Edgeworth law offices. I intend to see my job through. I won't yield to your threats. So be it. Is this bravery or simply foolishness? On the goddess of law's behalf, I shall be the judge of that. Oh, she's very pretty, but also like... Sebastian, allow me to. Yeah, I got it. I'm counting on you, Justin. Wow, we are facing off with Justin herself. I presume you know of the incident Mr. Knightley caused the day before yesterday? He attacked a guard and stole his keys. Afterwards, Simon Keyes stopped by his cell with an animal cage from the show. During this time, Mr. Knightley was able to use the stolen key to exit his cell. He then hid in the cage while it was moved to the prison workroom. So, Mr. Keyes went to his cell after all. After hearing you talk about the security camera yesterday, we investigated it ourselves. Do I warmed up to her more in case for? Yeah, hopefully I will. Why don't you have a look? I have here a printout of the security camera footage. Oh my god. This is the moment when Mr. Keyes visited Knightley. Exactly. As you can see, the cage creates a huge blind spot in the cell. By using this blind spot, Mr. Knightley could have entered the cage. That is our reasoning. A blind spot. That means the camera doesn't actually show him entering the cage. At this time, there's still the possibility that Knightley never left his cell. But why would he be hiding inside an animal cage? Mr. Knightley was planning to escape from prison. That is the only possibility. A prison escape? That's so cool! First Mr. Albert and now Mr. Knightley? I want to let them show me up. Kate, no, not like this. Kate, this isn't the time to get excited. J. Albert's escape is no laughing matter. Simon Keyes was aiding Mr. Knightley in his escape. In other words, he was an accomplice. Not bad, Simon. Don't praise him! That cage was transported temporarily to the workroom. Our Originally, Mr. Knightley was to remain hidden until the end of the animal show. He would then be carried out along with the cage. I presume that was the plan. However, midway through the plan, he was betrayed by Simon Keyes and murdered. Judge Courtney's reasoning does appear to make sense. However, there must be a hole somewhere. I must not overlook anything. Oh god. Rebut. Okay, let's go through the whole thing again. Him saying he stole the keys, but he denied it, didn't he? Unless Knightley had the keys, this logic doesn't hold up. This will be the breaking point. I'll try pressing the testimony further, okay? Do you have proof Knightley stole the keys? It is the only explanation as to why Mr. Knightley would have attacked the guard. We will know for certain the moment the guard regains consciousness. Is that really true? Should I ask Judge Courtney for more information? Of course you do. There is one point in your reasoning that is odd. If Knightley did indeed steal the key, I'd expect he'll try to escape immediately. Was it really necessary for him to wait for Mr. Keyes to help him escape? He simply chose the method with the highest probability of success. After stealing the key, he concealed it on his personage as he waited for the opportune moment. That is what I believe. He concealed the key? Judge Courtney, such an oversight is unlike you. Excuse me. Knightley could not have concealed the key, and I can prove it. Knightley did not hide the key, and the proof is... he did not hide the key. Oh, sorry. What is the proof that he did not hide the key? This one? Is it this one? Haven't the guards informed you yet? They searched Knightley after he attacked the guard, and the key was nowhere to be found. Since the key's location is unknown, your logic doesn't hold. That is not an issue. There is an explanation. Mr. Knightley had the key. It simply wasn't found. The reason being he concealed it inside the chessboard. The chessboard? You mean the one that concealed the murder weapon? Come now, how do we know whether or not the murder weapon was really there? What? Take some responsibility for your own words! Damn. That was all Sebastian's idea, after all. So those two don't always agree on their reasoning. In other words, once we put all the pieces together... Mr. Knightley concealed the key he stole from the guard inside the chessboard. When Simon Keyes arrived, Mr. Knightley used the key to slip out of his cell. He entered the animal cage and was transported to the workroom. All thanks to his accomplice, Simon Keyes. Mr. Knightley had planned to be carried outside after the show had ended. However, he was betrayed by his accomplice and murdered during the circus performance. Mr. Keyes performed in the show. He would have had no opportunity to murder him during the circus performance. No opportunity? Is that so? The story plays itself out on the stage. And such was the case with the animal show. So she examined the content of the show. The suspect plays the role of the villain who antagonizes the elephant heroine. In the final act, the villain is defeated by the heroine's love and all ends well. At that point, the suspect in the role of the villain is blown away by the heroine's burning love and makes his exit. Blown away by the elephant? Was he hurt? After being blown away, the suspect disappeared from the stage. The suspect was absent from the stage for about 15 minutes. Oh. Are you saying that the crime was committed during that time? Even in such a short period of time, it would still be possible to carry out the murder. Don't you think so? So, he committed the crime in 15 minutes and then returned to the stage. That may have been possible if the crime scene had been the prison. Oh yeah! Judge Courtney, the actual crime took place in the detention center. I'm afraid I cannot accept that camera footage alone as evidence. As for evidence, I have it. Well then, please show us your evidence. Where is the evidence that shows the scene of the crime was the detention center? This one's easy. This is the floor? Oh, goddess of law, I am unable to comprehend your mysterious ways. This is what we discovered. The area here was tested positive for Mr. Knightley's blood. Oh no! This blood test, can it really be trusted? To begin with, how were you able to conduct a scientific investigation? I happen to have a subordinate. I can't vouch for his competence, but he is a man that I trust. Don't do this to Kamchu. That detective? This concerns me. I cannot think why one would disturb the order of law. The prosecutorial investigation committee's influence goes as far as the police department. Gummy's in trouble! Forgive me, detective. I'm afraid something bad may come out of this. I will accept the fact that the blood was found at the detention center as evidence. However... How ridiculous! This is unthinkable of you, you third-rate prosecutor! Mr. De Best, you're here? I'd completely forgotten about him, lol! There's a giant contradiction in your statement. And what is that? According to the security tape, a dog killed Knightley in his cell. Then, after he left the cell, the blood on the floor was wiped away. Ah! Did the dog wipe away the bloodstains? As if that could happen. That is possible. Of my Anubis, right, boy? What? What? That was one of the tricks I thought him while I was still in the outside world. He makes sure to hide any bloodstains he makes. So as not to leave behind any evidence. I was saved, if only by chance. Shouldn't you have taught your dog to shake or something? Anubis also performs that trick very well. But the shake I thought him is a little different from others. Oh no, he shakes the body. Oh no. First, he bites the victim's hand. Stop! 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 I don't want to hear anymore. I see. I understand. Prosecutor Edgeworth, it appears you've gathered a good hand. I'm glad you understand. My argument isn't over yet. Objection overruled. Hey now, that's a little harsh. Sebastian, would you allow me the privilege of explaining? Sure, Justin. Do you finally realize? The murder occurred in the detention center. Therefore, the assassin's pet dog... My opinion has not changed. Unless I can understand how the dog was able to enter and leave the crime scene. I'm afraid I cannot accept your logic, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I've been waiting for you to say that. Now, let me show you. This evidence shows the route the dog used to go between the detention center and prison. It's the tunnel, right? This one. This photo! It shows a secret tunnel hidden in the prison. That's impossible! A secret tunnel? This tunnel was dug by the escaped prisoner, J. Elbert. It begins in his prison cell and is connected to a holding cell in the detention center. Namely, the victim's cell. I'm shocked! How did this... Dogen, you must have known of this, since you used this tunnel to commit murder. In the name of the goddess of law, I hereby reject Prosecutor Edgeworth's claim. What do you mean? What? Why are you rejecting him? Rude. Evidence is everything. That remains true here, just as in the courtroom. Isn't that right? I have evidence here. Horace Knightley's autopsy report. Autopsy report. It's time to get the update to autopsy report thing flung right back in his face. Since when? Why are you surprised? This was delivered straight from the police a short while ago. It's not complete yet, more of a preliminary report. Here, the very word of the goddess of law is written. Cause of death, stab wound to the neck, died instantly. Murder weapon, sharp metal object. Oh! The victim was stabbed multiple times in the same spot with a sharp object. Oh no! Although they were unable to determine the actual shape of the murder weapon. Oh my god. They have clear proof that it was a sharp metal object. Oh! So, do you still stand by your claim? That a dog used a sharp object to kill the victim? Yes! That dog is not a simple dog. This can't be! That is all. The court is adjourned. But wait! The tunnel contains the dog's footprints. Perhaps it may have been one of Anubis' walking courses. What the hell? I can never tell what Anubis gets up to outside my cell. What the hell? Something feels unnatural about all this, but I have no evidence. Curtly Pie, you sure pulled out a hidden gem at the very last moment. She waited for the perfect time to review the autopsy report. Have I let her out with me again? Appointed Attorney Shields. Here is the autopsy report from earlier. I apologize for the delay. No, it's alright. Thank you. Hehehe. I feel like a dog could have done it all like him. I gladly accept it. Mr. Shields, I don't believe it's necessary to hold hands while exchanging documents. Ew! Why is he so pervy? Why is he such a pervert? Wait, I need to... Oh, why is he such a pervert? Why is he like this? Help! I'd advise you to stop. Huh? Just a little hand holding is all. Yeah. Persist any longer, and I shall call on the strength of the goddess of law. I'll be careful. Justin! Well done, just as I had planned. I only acted in accordance to your instructions. The autopsy report came straight from the police. I can't refute it. However, if the murder weapon wasn't the dog, Dogen will be cleared of suspicion. The merciful goddess of law so decrees. If you choose to yield now, your badge will not be taken. What will you do, sir? She says that, but... My answer remains the same. Judge Courtney, it is as I said before. I will see my job through. I will not yield to threats. So even now, you still refuse to give up? If you want to keep your badge, this may be your last chance. Right now, I am a defense attorney's assistant. What I protect is not my badge. Oh man, that is so sexy. Nice. But my client. Oh yes! My feels. The goddess of law grows wary of your sentiment. Now we're talking. Miles is starting to understand that the defense attorney never gives up. Actually, those were the words of your old man. My father? It really is in your blood. You're the spitting image of him right now. Oh, that's so nice. You said it yourself. You've changed since you were tainted by Von Karma. It's only now that I've actually come to believe it. Mr. Shields. Well then, Miles. Now's the time to put those skills to the test. Think beyond your limits. If the murder weapon was a sharp object, does that really negate your reasoning? The murder weapon was a sharp object? That's it! There were 5 chisels placed inside this special cell. Dogen is a former assassin. It's quite possible he could kill someone with just a chisel. In that case, the weapon that killed Horace Knightley was... Is that all? Well then, I suppose you'll be giving up. Oh! Evidence is everything, didn't you say? The murder weapon was a sharp metal object. However, such a weapon has yet to be found. What? So what are you trying to say? The only decisive evidence is the actual murder weapon itself. And that was in plain sight this whole time. The real murder weapon is... Dogen's chisel. What did you say? Take responsibility for your own statements. The scene of the crime was Mr. Knightley's cell. You said so yourself. If the evidence changes, then so will my logic. That too is courtroom procedure, is it not? If the chisel was used, that means the killer was human. However, the fact remains that we cannot deny this security photo. Yeah, what about that photo? I'll give you the answer. This photo shows the moment. The dog leapt at the victim. Dogen's dog leapt at Knightley. Yes. However, the victim did not die at that time. Didn't die? He was only knocked unconscious. The dog didn't move a dead body. It moved the unconscious Knightley. And the real killer was its owner. I see. If the victim was moved, it would have been possible for Dogen to commit the murder. And use the murder weapon. Indeed, the killer is Sir Han Dogen. It can only be you. I bet your teacher used to write on your report card. Needs to pay more attention on what others say. Ooh. I would think that describes you more. We examined that room, every crook and granny, right, Justin? I think you meant every nook and cranny. We examined all 4 of Mr. Dogen's chisels and found no traces of blood. Thank you, Judge Courtney. Thanks to you, I am now certain. Thanks to me? Whatever do you mean? When I came here earlier, I saw 5 chisels. That's right, there were definitely 5 there before. So the one that disappeared was the smallest one, presumably for portable use. Dogen, where is that chisel? I'm not free to leave this place. I've no need of a portable chisel. Not free to leave? In that case, you mustn't have been free to hide the deadly chisel either. Dogen, you just dug your own grave. It seems you know something. Would you care to show it? Hey. Dogen couldn't leave, so the place he hid the chisel is the special cell. Dogen is a prisoner, so he can't leave his cell freely. Get his ass, that's right. Perhaps he could have sent his dog out to dispose of it. But he would not have been able to confirm the weapon's location. So what does that leave? Above all else, special metal tools are allowed in this cell. Even if one chisel were to appear here, no one would suspect a thing. You'd be a fool not to take advantage of that. I see. Of course, it's always safest if you do something yourself. But I examined everything. I didn't find any hiding places in his cell. I am certain that the murder weapon is here. The reason you haven't found it is because it was cleverly hidden. You say I hid it. Where exactly? Think. Where could he have hidden it? I have to remember everything up to this point. There must be some clue. Does this mean what I think it means? Let's get going, Mr. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, that dog hasn't barked at me once today. It's in his throat! Previously, when I came to the special cell, it barked on Dogen's command. That's it! That's what's been out of place. There's just one place he could have hidden the murder weapon. Giving up already? How dull, how dull. I will present evidence. This piece of evidence shows where you concealed the murder weapon. Hasn't your dog been awfully quiet today? Now that you mention it, it hasn't barked at all. Before it was... Sir Handogan, open that dog's mouth now! Anubis doesn't bark needlessly. I ordered him to do that before. In that case, order it to bark now. Naturally, you should be able to, if you have nothing to hide. It was inevitable. Anubis, show them your mouth. There it is! As you can see, a dog of this size can easily accomplish a chisel of this size. What? Why a chisel? The dog really had one in its mouth! I thought he was unusually quiet. Was he unable to follow the discussion? Sebastian, could you call the forensics department? Urgently, please. Ugh, I got it! A reaction! This chisel tests positive for blood. What? Easy, lol. Yeah, easy. I guess that proves my theory wasn't just nonsense. Would this chisel be the murder weapon then? It reacted positively for blood. There is no doubt about that. Chisel data jotted on my organism. Mr. Sirhan Dogen, now that the murder weapon has been found, I must ask you for your testimony. We know how your dog got to the detention center, and we found the murder weapon. Do you still think you can talk your way out of this? Interesting. This guy, even at a time like this, he's still smiling. You'll make a pretty good defense attorney, not gonna lie. Well, Anubis, it seems everyone has become suspicious of you. It's quite troubling, but since it has come to this, we have no choice but to tell the truth. I did not kill anyone. I've long since grown wary of killing. What's this? His face looks completely composed. It seems they'll need to listen to Mr. Dogen's explanation. Please promptly give your testimony. Certainly. This blind guy. Dogen's explanation. First of all, I would like you to explain my motive. I do not know anyone by the name of Knightley. We share no connection. Is that so? So I wouldn't think some motive for murder would just appear out of nowhere? Or are you insinuating my Anubis had a motive? He only bears his fangs at others on my command. There is a link. I do not hunger for blood so much as to kill a man I do not even know. Coming from an assassin, it sure is persuasive. An assassin who only kills acquaintances? I doubt that would be profitable. I may kill strangers in my line of work, but I never make it personal. Is there evidence that shows a connection between Knightley and Dogen? I should thoroughly review the evidence once more. Yes, there is. Okay. Let's press it first, just in case. You didn't know Knightley? It's not like you to say something like that. You overestimate me considerably. Did you have such a hard time arresting me in the past? We've already looked into it. You are the prison supplier. That's the link, you'll see later. Naturally, you would have known about the other prisoners. Hearing one thing and knowing 10 is just an ideal. It's true, I do hear things. However, that doesn't mean that I know everything. I've never heard of anyone named Knightley. It's this memo. They played chess together. You've lost your touch, Sir Handogan. If you had your dog clean up after you, you should have disposed of this too. This is a record of a correspondence chess game found in the victim's cell. This record and the chessboard in your cell both clearly depict the same game. What? I've heard that the number of possible chess positions is around 10 to the power of 120. 10 times 10, 120 times 10,000, is that even a real number? Indeed, there's absolutely no way these two could have coincided by chance. Tell us your reason for killing Knightley. Unless you intend to explain this as a coincidence. Well, don't they say that the truth is stranger than fiction? Uh-oh. It is as you said, this is merely a coincidence. But there's no way that could have happened! My correspondence chess opponent was the victim in this incident. What a horrible coincidence! Aren't you shocked too, Anubis? Looks like I'll have to tell them the truth, Anubis, my boy. The animals show or something. That was when everyone left. Anubis brought the body to my cell. He had already been stabbed in the neck with the murder weapon. I did not wish to be suspected, so I had Anubis carry the body to the workroom. After that, he pulled out the murder weapon and returned it to me. So you're saying the one who pulled the weapon out was Anubis? That's right. If I pulled out the murder weapon here, the blood would have been a problem. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't this what that Sawit guy said? A large black dog was biting into the neck of the victim. What did you say? It was truly hellish. It was a truly hellish scene. That dog. I see. So that means Sawit witnessed the moment the murder weapon was pulled out. Oh, yes, that prisoner's testimony. It surprised me when I first heard it. Excuse me. It's not often that Anubis makes a blunder like that, right, boy? Now, I believe that explains my actions. I did not kill him. All I did was remove the murder weapon. Now, will that be all? Anubis is getting tired.
Objection.
Hooray! Whoa there! Just a moment, Mr. Dogen. Oh, it's race time to shine. Mr. Shields. I love this music. I would totally like jam to it, you know, like. It's so good. Isn't there one thing you haven't explained? Why would you need to pull out the murder weapon in the first place? That's right. I understand why he'll move the body to draw suspicion away from him. But he didn't need to retrieve the murder weapon. I thought him just a fool, but how quickly his sense has changed. Care to elaborate, Mr. Dogen? It was because of this bell. The bell attached to the murder weapon and the bell on my dog's neck. They share a distinctive shape, wouldn't you say? The assassin Sirhan Dogan's trademark. An assassin's trademark? The blind assassin Sirhan Dogan. He always appears at the sound of a bell. The sound of a bell ringing in the dark of the night is said to be the last thing his target hears. You remember well. It has been a while since you last saw my bells, after all. When I prosecuted you in court, I confiscated a knife with the bell attached to it. Yes, my bells, there are only 2 in the world. Only 2? What do you mean by that? Bell, yes. They're custom made, attached to my knife and Anubis' collar. Even though I can only rely on my ears, I can easily identify them. Oh. Alas, one has been confiscated and is not in my possession. Then how did they get on the chisel? When Anubis brought the body here, I heard a familiar sound. I thought my knife must have been embedded in the body. So imagine my confusion when I found out that it was merely a chisel with my bell attached. Oh. Indeed, your knife is nothing like this chisel. Either way, those bells are my trademark. Moreover, I'm the only one in this prison who uses chisels. With all this, I knew I would be falsely suspected. So I removed the murder weapon and hid it.
Hold it.
So you're claiming that you only moved the body? Didn't I tell you? That chisel isn't mine. If you think I'm lying, go ahead and check for my fingerprints. Sebastian! Me? But how do I check for forensics? Yes, ma'am! Reaction! We have fingerprints! They're Knightley's, Justin. What? What about Dogan's? Nope, just Knightley's. And there's no evidence of prints being wiped either. Oh my god. Only Knightley's fingerprints? It can't be. Should we re-examine it? See now? I never even touched that chisel. Because I ordered Anubis to carry it in his mouth. In other words, the fingerprints belong to the chisel's original owner. The murder weapon's owner was the victim? This is perplexing. At any rate, I did not touch the murder weapon. In other words, the killer could not have been me. Isn't that right? I have nothing to refute that. How could this... Is he really not the killer? Then who is? Could Doga's testimony actually be true? This can't be. It seems this is sufficient enough not to warrant any further explanation. As it stands, you have not changed the state of this case. I believe this is more than enough reason for us to relieve you of your badge. To save any needless fuss, I'll suggest you hand over your badge now. This is bad, sir. This sounds serious. It's regrettable, but with those prints as decisive evidence, I'll have to rethink my logic from step 1. But there are still many unexplained things. Why would Mr. Knightley be carrying a chisel? It could be used for many things, perhaps even prison escapes. Well then, how did he carry it into the prison? I mean, the prisoners aren't even allowed cutlery, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth! Hmm? Even if your reasoning is off at first, you shouldn't let that confuse you. Okay? The most important thing is to arrive at the truth, isn't that right? It doesn't matter how you get there. The end result is to save Simon. We have to do everything we can for his sake. The feels. Well said, Kay. Nice one, Kay. I really want to scout you for the law firm now. Remember when Uncle Ray said a defense attorney never gives up? Miles, do you understand the true meaning behind those words? The true meaning of those words? Defense attorneys carry the fates of their clients on their shoulders. You're the only person your clients can rely on. Just like with Mr. Keys, we're the only ones who can save him now. We are linked by fate to our clients. That is why we must never give up. There's no way Uncle Ray can go against the teachings of Gregory. Aww. So, what will you do? Don't give up. Currently, I am a defense attorney's assistant. No, an assistant at my father's firm. I have made a commitment to this case. Therefore, if I don't save my clients, I cannot say I've achieved it. I will abide by this. To save Simon Keys. No matter how many times my logic fails, I will always find another possibility. Oh yeah! Okay, you're finally back! Well then, let's search for that other possibility. To start with, do you think there was a way Mr. Knightley could have brought the chisel into the prison? Is this one? Normally, metal objects can't be brought into the detention center or the prison. They'll just be caught by the security gate. However, there is one way to avoid this. And that is if they're sent in a package to the detention center. That gate is only used on people. In other words, packages sent to the detention center undergo a simpler check. So they don't use a metal detector for that. This never should have happened. It seems the guards were too careless. Knowing this, Knightley asked Simon to send him a package. Namely, a chessboard containing the chisel. Well, this has solved one of our problems. The fact that the chisel was not Mr. Dogan's, but Mr. Knightley's. Okay. Given this, one major issue remains. The security camera shows a dog attacking the victim. As long as that exists, I will maintain that Dogan is the killer. But Dogan never touched the murder weapon. I'm stumped. We also desire a conclusion to this matter. Mr. Edgeworth, we can use one of my secret weapons, sir. What weapons? Secret weapon number 4. This video analyzing machine, Mr. Analysis. What's with that ridiculous name? I named it myself, sir. This will let us analyze video footage in detail. Go ahead. You'll soon see I'm not lying. Let's go. I don't know what will come out of this, but all we can do now is investigate. Mr. Edgeworth, do you know how to use Mr. Analysis? A video analysis machine. Should I hear how to use it? Yes. Detective Gumshoe, could you show me how to use it? Of course, sir. Fundamentally, it's the same as investigating a crime scene. You just examine anything that piques your curiosity. To examine, I just press the X button. Now, I'd like you to look at the buttons below the monitor. The left and right buttons will rewind and fast forward respectively. And the center button lets you pause the video. Let's make good use of it to advance our investigation, sir. To rewind and fast forward, I use the Y and A button. Okay. The Y and the A. The Y and the A, And to pause, I use the B button, okay? While paused, you can go to the previous frame or the next frame. You just use the same left and right button as before, sir. Next, I'll explain how to zoom in. Just point the cursor at the area you want to zoom in on and press the button on the upper left of a Mr. Analysis. The one that says Zoom Plus. It seems I can also use L button to zoom in. I see, okay. And after you have zoomed in, you can examine it just like you would the original image. Use the previous frame and next frame buttons to examine frame by frame. But you can actually play back the video in this mode, so keep that in mind. And what should I do if I want to zoom out? Just press the top left button on Mr. Analysis again, sir. Now, it should say zoom minus. And that concludes the explanation, sir. Now then, let's turn on Mr. Analysis. Use Mr. Analysis to examine any suspicious part of the video, sir. Excuse me. This is the video from the detention center's camera. I believe this was the moment when Knightley was being attacked by the dog. If that wasn't the case, then what does it show? Is the person in this video really Knightley? And what is the true form of the black silhouette attacking this person? I should check the video and try to find the answers to these two questions. There could be unexpected things in unexpected places. So be sure to check every nook and cranny of the video, sir. What part of the video is strange? Oh my god! Wait. Oh! Okay, I need to zoom in. Zoom in? Wait, no. Like this is like zoom in here. But this is... That's not Knightley. But wait, I might need some help with this one. Let me just... What exactly is it? Okay, continue playing. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I'm so bad at this. Okay. Now, zoom in. This is... Oh. I fear we have made a grave miscalculation. Oh. It's okay, I found my own hint. This animal, this silhouette, no matter how you look at it, it is not a dog. Uh-oh. This animal is... It looks like a bear. From the silhouette, I'd say the animal is not a dog, but a bear. So then, in that photo I took, those footprints must have belonged to this bear, yes? Guess who has a bear? Did you say a bear? Yes, that man is the first to come to mind. Now that we know this black shadow isn't a dog, but a bear, there's a good possibility that the man being attacked is not Knightly. Whatever can show that this man is a Knightly should be somewhere in the video, wouldn't it, sir? Since his face is not visible, it will be difficult to get direct confirmation. However, perhaps there is something indirectly reflected. Yeah, it's not Knightly. Something reflected? Hey, isn't there a mirror in that cell, sir? Indeed, that could be worth examining. Is this how I do it? Are they? A reflection of this person can be seen in this mirror. Is that a cap on his head? Actually, it looks kinda like the caps the prison guards wear, sir. You don't think it was a guard who was attacked? Have you received a report of any guard being attacked by an animal? No, not that I've heard, sir. Then it was someone else wearing a guard's uniform. I see. I have evidence that shows what this cap is. It is... this one... There was no report of a guard being attacked by an animal. However, we did hear that the guard's uniform was stolen. Putting two and two together, I'd say this was a disguise. For the purpose of a prison escape, disguised as a guard, that sounds like it could have been successful, sir. Huh? Speaking of prison escapes, indeed, that person certainly was successful. We were all under the impression that the person in this video was Knightly. But it's his cell after all, why would it be anyone else? That line of logic no longer holds. Remember the tunnel under his bed? It's possible whoever used this tunnel is the one in this video. It seems it is time to answer that question. Just who is the person in this video? The person in this video is Mr. J. Elwood. The person wearing the guard's uniform is the escaped prisoner, J. Elbert. The probability is extremely high. His pet is a polar bear cub. But the bear here is black. We have evidence that can explain this matter. The reason the polar bear became black is... is it somewhere here? Where's the mud thing? Like, it was... Hey, wait, sorry. Oh, okay, yeah. There we go. Think back to Frank Sawi's testimony. Ah, that's the rubber glove I dropped. Where did the mud on this glove come from? Ah, that's the mud from my mud packs. That time I was practicing applying my mud pack. Can you tell me when this book took place on the day of the incident? Since the animal show had started, I'd say it was around 9 AM. The mud packs turned the animals' bodies pitch black, and my heart was pure white. I was totally engrossed with covering the animals in mud. During the animal show, Mr. Sowitz was applying mud packs to the animals. So then, among those animals was this polar bear. Yes. Prosecutor Edgeworth, there is a huge contradiction in your argument. The security camera footage... Judge Courtney, you are quite right. Sawit used the mud packs during the animal show. Knowing this, a new contradiction in the video comes to light. A new contradiction? Kay, do you know when this footage was taken? It was after the mud packs were used. That would put it around 9 AM. In that case, you should notice something strange about this video. Huh? What's strange about it? Wait, what time is it? The strange thing that contradicts the time this video is taken is... oh. Wait, 6:42? Isn't that in the morning? The time Sawit covered the polar bear in mud was around 9 AM. Which means this video should also have been taken at 9 AM. However, the timestamp reads 6 AM. What? When? On that day, the prisoners went to the courtyard to watch the animal show. At this time, only 3 people remained behind. Dogen in the special cell, Sawit in the workroom applying his mud packs, and the one who put his escape plan in motion at that moment, J. Elbert. Elbert left the polar bear in Sawit's care and entered the secret tunnel. However, the bear escaped from Sawit and followed after its owner. Aww. And just as he was chasing after the escaped bear, Sawit happened to witness the dog pulling the murder weapon out of the body. If Sawit's testimony is correct, this video must have been taken at around 9 AM. However, the timestamp is off by 3 hours. Why would the timestamp be off like that? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to examine the security camera. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. I asked all the guards and... It seems the camera's power was cut off for a moment, throwing off the timestamp. A moment? How do you throw off 3 hours? What? The camera is an old model, so if it loses power, the clock stops as well. In that case, this means the camera's power was cut for 3 hours. That's not a moment. While I'm at it, I've got some more information for you, sir. You heard that Knightley denied stealing the key, right? It seems nobody would believe the words of a criminal, but Knightley testified, I was knocked out too. That may not necessarily be a lie. My, there you all are. Making progress in your investigation? Can I be of any help? Actually, Warden Roland, there is something we must report to you. The escaped prisoner, J. Elbert, is most likely still inside the prison. He has disguised himself. Here is the proof. The person visible in this security video is Elbert. So perhaps he's still in this very building. Come to think of it, didn't Mr. Elbert have a bracelet like the other prisoners? The bracelet would have been concealed under the uniform sleeves. Moreover, the prison's main gate does not have a sensor to detect bracelets. All he would have to do is avoid any doors with sensors inside the prison. That's right. So if you didn't enter the cells or the workrooms, could one of you guys be J. Elbert? Ah, Rocky! Oh! Stop it! What are you doing? Rocky, expose. It would seem that Rocky has answered that question for us. No! Rocky, this is all your fault! Agent Bear, that's right. IG song, hello? The little guy loves you so much, it's enviable. Right then, seize him at once. Wait, there's something we must hear from this prisoner. It's necessary if we are to find the truth. I'd like permission to interrogate him. Understood. What do you want out of me? Albert's escape route is linked to Knightley's cell, so it's highly likely he knows something about the crime. I'd like to ask you about the day the body was found. When the body was found. So it was you guys? You were the ones who found my secret tunnel. It took me ages to dig that. The day the body was found was the day I had planned to escape. I was in disguise. Then Rocky followed after me. But he was all covered in mud. I panicked and returned to my cell. Damn, if only you guys hadn't shown up. If only Knightley hadn't died. You say you dug the tunnel. What did you use to dig it? Oh, that is just hammers and spoons, stuff like that. I bought them from the supplier, but it was all for nothing. No need to lose your temper, there's always next time. On the day of the incident, it's possible that Albert met Knightley while he was still alive. I'll have to listen to his testimony carefully. So, you were the ones who found my secret. It took me ages to dig that. The day the body was found was the day I had planned to escape. I was in disguise. Please, enlighten us. Did you obtain the guard's uniform from the supplier too? Yes. Yeah, that's right. Seems he got it by threatening a guard. That guy went and stole it from someone's locker. So, when you went through the tunnel, you were already dressed like a guard? No, to ensure that the clothes wouldn't get stained with mud, I carried them with me. Once I got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out the cell doors was simple. And that's when Rocky ran up and jumped on me! That must be the moment the security camera captured. I see. Could you add that to your testimony? Once I got out the pool and changed clothes, getting out the cell doors was simple. And then Rocky followed after me, but he was all covered in mud. I panicked. Wait. Possible that Albert met Knightley. Oh, wait. As usual, getting out the cell door was simple, you say? Yeah, compared to going through the tunnel, it was very simple. You inhabit a prison, yet you seem to know the layout of the detention center quite well. But what's so wrong about that? Sure, I've been to the detention center too. In that case, he should have known about it from the start. When Knightley was in his cell, the door would have been locked. Which means there was one piece of evidence Albert needed to escape. He needed... Sorry, Wait. You say it was simple getting through the cell door? Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that? Huh? Even though you managed to arrive at Knightley's cell, opening the door wasn't so simple. How did you intend to unlock the cell door? J. Albert, you had the key to Knightley's cell. I ain't got nothing like that. That's it. It was open. It was already unlocked when I got there. Indeed, the cell was vacant after Knightley's death, which is why, at the time we conducted our investigation, it was unlocked. Your successful escape attempt occurred after Knightley's death, so the door would have been open. However, you had tried to escape once before then. Then, plan was foiled thanks to Rocky. The video shows it. Yes, that was during the animal show, before Knightley's death was known. And the cell door was locked because no one knew he was dead. Without the key to Knightley's cell, your escape would have been impossible. Oh, he's so angry. That means it can't be. That's exactly what you think. In the case of the stolen key, the culprit is J. Albert. You were the one who attacked the guard, weren't you? The guard, and Knightley too, in order to steal the cell key. It wasn't me. I don't know any Knightley. After stealing the key, you returned to your cell as a precautionary measure. Then you waited for a time when the prison would be mostly vacant. That was just before Knightley's death became known. In other words, during the animal show. But in the end, the plan was foiled thanks to Rocky. Don't screw with me. If you don't have evidence, I'll still win by decision. Besides, it was that Knightley guy who attacked the guard, right? I think not. Regarding the theft of the keys, Knightley was the victim. This proves Knightley was the victim who was attacked in his cell. This one, the blood. In Knightley's cell, there were traces of his blood, which had been wiped away. I believe this is more than enough proof Knightley was attacked in his cell. You attacked those two people and stole the key, didn't you? Damn! I never thought you'd find the bloodstain I wiped away with the newspaper. Why would you go through all the trouble of wiping the bloodstain? On the hands of Knightley and the guard, there were obvious signs of a scuffle, you know? If the bloodstains were uncovered, they'll find out there was another attacker. And if anyone looked around a bit, the tunnel I dug would be discovered. So you were trying to buy more time for your escape attempt. But I'm afraid to say your plan still ended in failure. Now then, hand over the keys to Knightley's cell. Damn it! He is down, man down, man down. No way! How could an amateur like you knock me out? Here, I got the keys right here. Nice. Hold it. If you have that key, then that means... That's right, Judge Courtney. You reasoned that Knightley stole the key and used it to leave his cell. From there, he entered Mr. Keyes' cage and was moved to the workroom. However, the very foundation of the hypothesis has collapsed. You called him an amateur prosecutor, but you were the amateur. I see. In that case, there was only one person who could have moved Knightley. The criminal must have been someone who knew about the secret tunnel. But hey, are you you suggesting? J. Albert, you're under arrest, pal. What? Wait! I didn't do nothing! Sure, I knocked out those two guys, then I stole the keys, and after that, I waited for the perfect time to enter that guy's cell. But the cell was empty then, there was no dead body either. And also, how could I have gotten into the workroom? I couldn't even leave my own cell, right? It's true, you only had the key to Knightley's cell. But there's also Dogen's dog. What? It would be possible for the dog to carry the body from the cell to the workroom. I see. So you're saying there was an accomplice? The crime would have been possible if Albert and Dogen were working together. It's perfectly plausible. Somehow Albert managed to carry Knightley's body to his own cell. And then the dog must have carried it to the workroom. Yes, because all the animals can move freely in the prison. But that's not the case for the path between the detention center and the prison. The only one who could use that route was you, J. Albert. What if there was another route that you didn't know about? There couldn't have been. The tunnel is a straight path, is it not? Yeah, seems like it. I didn't have enough time to dig any more than I did. I only dug halfway up the corridor. Wait, what? What? You mean to say that you didn't dig the entire tunnel? When I got to that cell, the tunnel was already there. Oh? Oh? There was a tunnel linking my cell to that well. Oh! Oh? Looking down the well from the courtyard, there's no mistaking it. They've always been connected. I just continued the tunnel with my digging. What was that hole doing there in the first place? Who knows? Maybe another inmate dug it in an attempt to escape. Or maybe the animals dug it. Maybe they wanted to drink from the well? The mall. That's highly doubtful. But there's no water in that well anymore. It's all dried up. Wait a minute. That's it. For some reason, that well gave off a nice scent. Oh? A nice scent? I don't know what it was, but it smelled sweet, like candy. I think we got a hint. This scent. I believe we've come across it before. You know the scent from his body. Knightley's body was giving off a sweet candy-like scent. We used the police dog to track that scent. And that led us to discover the tunnel. By any chance, could this be the same scent as the well? Prosecutor Edgeworth, I know what you're trying to say. That the scent proves the body was carried down through the tunnel. Exactly. And J. Albert. Excuse me. You are the only one who could have used the tunnel. Thank you. Mr. Albert, I am very grateful to you. At last, truth comes to light. Mr. Albert, wouldn't it be wise to confess now? To being an accomplice, I mean. Don't tell me even you suspect me too. Judge Courtney, it seems you and I have come to the same conclusion. Not at all. Our thoughts on this matter are still quite different. Mr. Albert was certainly an accomplice, but an accomplice to Horace Knightley.
Hold it.
What do you mean? Uh-oh. We're not done yet. Mr. Albert did not move the body. He simply lent the victim his keys. What? What? It would seem Mr. Albert did indeed strike Mr. Knightley on the head. However, Mr. Knightley was not knocked out. The two must have made a little negotiation. Negotiation? For Mr. Knightley's escape plan to work, he would have needed the keys to his cell. So Mr. Albert stole them from the guard. On the other hand, for Mr. Albert to escape, he needed to get to Mr. Knightley's cell. But if Mr. Knightley had seen him and yelled, the plan would have gone down the drain. And so they negotiated. What? I didn't negotiate nothing. Oh, you still intend to deny it? I see. So in other words, we're back where we started. Ah, Jesus Christ. Mr. Albert opened the cell door and Mr. Knightley entered Mr. Keys' cage. And then he was moved into the prison. Of course, and then he was killed in the prison workroom. Weren't you listening? The scent on the body shows it must have been moved through the tunnel. Knightley was moved from the detention center through the tunnel. Oh. Please wait until someone is finished before speaking. I do not claim that he wasn't moved through the tunnel. What? Then, what are you claiming? You don't... The scent shows that the body was moved through the tunnel. However, that does not mean it came from the detention center. What do you mean? That sure sounds like a contradiction to me. Isn't there one more possibility? The well in the courtyard. It's possible the body was dropped down from there. The courtyard? Ah! The well in the courtyard! Uh-oh. Mr. Keys carried the cage not to the workroom but to the courtyard. Mr. Knightley was killed in the courtyard and his body was dropped down the well. Hi Ellen, hello. And then the body at the bottom of the well was moved by Mr. Dogen's dog. Now, there's one thing I'd like you all to remember. Before the body was discovered, what was happening in the courtyard? The animal show, right? Regina and Simon were there. Uh-huh. Wait, Simon? I see you understand. Who then dropped the body down the well? Judge Courtney, she's a tough opponent. Her flexible way of thinking enables her to adapt and come up with her own deductions. Mr. Knightley was not carried to the workroom, but to the courtyard. And Mr. Keys was off stage for 15 minutes. This was when he dropped Mr. Knightley down the well. It's as simple as that. Judge Courtney, your reasoning is sound, I'll admit that. However, let's say the body was dropped down the well. That didn't have to be done during the show. It could have happened at a different time. Unfortunately for you, Prosecutor Edgeworth, that is not possible. What? When the show started, Mr. Albert was in the tunnel, on his way to the cell block. Mr. Albert, at that time, did you happen to see a body in the tunnel? Nope, nothing like that. Oh no. So, if the body had been dropped before the show, Mr. Albert would have seen it. However, However, he has stated he did not see a body. So it is impossible to think the body was dropped before the show. And after the show, the body was discovered in the workroom. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and then moved to the workroom could only have been done during the show. And the only one who could have done it is Simon Keys. Oh my gosh, help! Mr. Edgeworth, what should we do? If the body was moved through the well, that does put Mr. Keys at a major disadvantage. Oh no. Oh no. However, the notion that the body was moved through the well is only a hypothesis. That does not mean there is evidence. I am obligated to recognize that fact. Will you allow me to investigate the courtyard once more? I give my approval in the name of the goddess of law. We're gonna investigate again. Re-investigating the courtyard. I fear this may be our final chance. What's with the wee woo? Wee woo? Huh? What? Fire! Could be another prison break, pal. Should we evacuate? Everyone, please remain calm. This is just a signal for the evening meal. What? Why would you make... It's a little loud, so I can understand why you'd be surprised. It sure scared me. What? Why would you make that sound for the evening meal? Could you not make it like music or something? I'm terribly sorry. And with that, everyone, please return to your posts. J. Albert, it's also time for you to return to your room. I got it. Let's go, Rocky. Warden Roland, we will be proceeding to the courtyard for another investigation. Isn't it time for you to go home as well, Mr. Edgeworth? It looks like we're out of time. Why don't you continue this another time? But the investigation... Today's been a big day, right? What's with the escaped prisoner and all? So I'm afraid I can't let outsiders like you loiter around any longer. This is my decision as the warden of this prison. Looks like it can't be helped. The warden's word can be called the law of the prison. Prosecutor Edgeworth, this means we will have to carry out our investigation another day. Until then, you may hold on to your prosecutor's badge. And with that, I leave you. She's a very classy woman, but also, oh my gosh, she's such a tough opponent. Now, I think it's time you all left. Well, it looks like we'll have to continue the investigation tomorrow. Knightley's body was dropped down the well and was carried to the workroom from Mr. Albert's cell. This is Judge Courtney's logic, but is it correct? And Judge Courtney claims that Mr. Keys transported him, but was Mr. Keys really the only one with a chance to move him? Mr. Edgeworth, let's do our best tomorrow. We have to save Simon, no matter what. Indeed, I agree. I must prove Mr. Keys' innocence without fail. Okay, to be continued. Yes. I'm thinking whether we should continue. Okay, let's take a short break because I need to like go pee. So I need to refill my water and I need to go pee. So we'll try and continue. Hopefully we will finish it by today. But I don't know, man. I don't know if we can finish by today. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Break time. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. I had like a couple of brownies. Yum. Bite-sized brownies. Oh, those are good. Okay then. I'm not too sure how long it would take. Wait, let's see. Let me take. Okay. We will. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Let's do this. It is now 5 p.m. on my side. Alright. Let's try to finish as much as we can by 7. Okay? We'll try by 7. Then if we still... Okay, because according to from a brief glance at the guide I have open on standby, part 2 has more parts than this, which means that it will definitely take like... How long has it been? Yeah, it took like freaking 3 hours to finish it, right? So if there are more parts, that means it's gonna take more than 3 hours to finish this case. Which means that we won't finish it by this stream. But guys, if we can finish as much as we can in the next 2 hours, then tonight I can continue and just wrap up like this episode. How about that? I think that would be the best course of action, because I don't want to leave it for another day. That doesn't that doesn't feel right, you know? Doesn't feel right. Then I will arrange with Kiko to continue episode 3 like I promised. It's just that that it may not take place next week, because depending on the schedules and stuff like that, but it will happen at some point. Okay, it will happen at some point. If I really miss Ace Attorney that much, I might as well get started on like Ace Attorney 4, but excuse me, that's unlikely to happen. Okay, you guys are just stuck with me playing Dinkum. Dinkum, let's help. Okay. But for real though, let us just continue. Okay, we'll see how far we can get, and thankfully we can save and come back later. Okay. Okay, let me check on to check to see if I have any missed messages. Yeah, sometimes with the homies, you never know. You never know. Sometimes you just miss them. Okay. Now, let us continue. Oh, I forgot to read that, but never mind. That's not important. The courtyard. Depending on what we find here, the entire incident could become clear. However, there's nothing left here. Yesterday... Isn't there one more possibility? The well in the courtyard, it's possible the body was dropped down from there. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and then moved to the workroom could only have been done during the show. And the only one who could have done it is Simon Keys. Was the body dropped down the well or not? This could be the decisive clue that we need to reach the truth of the matter. Before I continue with the investigation, I should organize my evidence. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Okay. Let's see here. Hey, there's a grate here. The well has run dry after all. They even put a lock on it. Lockpicking is one of my specialties. Wanna see? There's absolutely no need for you to show off. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Whoa. What happened, Kay? Wait, what? The lock is broken. Judging from the looks of it, it feels like it was broken some time ago. Oh. So the lock was broken. This means that anyone could have dropped the body down this well. According to Judge Courtney's reasoning, Mr. Keys murdered Knightley in the courtyard. And then, during the show, he disposed of the body in the well. You think so? Did he really use the well to move the body? I know! Let's get Miss Sal to help us out again. He should be able to track the scent of the body. Good idea. Let me contact Detective Gumshoe. Are we gonna see Miss Sal again? Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe here. Detective, I have a favor to ask of you. We would like for you to bring Miss Sal to the prison courtyard. Sounds like you need the help of one of my 7 secret weapons again, huh, sir? I thought Miss Sal belonged to the police department. Yes. Hi, Ellen. And also, I would like for you to contact a witness. Please contact Regina Berry of the Berry Big Circus and bring her here. Roger that, sir. I'll bring them over in a flash. So, what should we do while we wait for Gummy? How about some hide and seek? Thanks for the head pad, Bean Yuri. Appreciate it, eh? How about some hide and seek? What are you talking about, Kay? There's nowhere to hide here. I don't think that is the issue. Kay, during times like this, isn't it your turn to shine? Oh. Oh, Ellen has redeemed broke the blokers. Okay, I guess I have no choice. Okay, Ellen, prepare yourself. There you go. There is your blow kiss. It's the Bean Yuri special blow kiss. Yes, special redeem, guys. That's the blow kiss. Oh, that! You want me to recreate the crime scene? Huh? How do you do that? See for yourself, the Great Thief's secret weapon, Little Thief, yeah! Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I love this song so much. So nice. Little Thief, that's right, Little Thief is back in action, guys! You know what would be cool if like we could get the investigations cast to like come back for another Ace Attorney game? That would be so cool, right? Someday, guys, Capcom is gonna announce another addition to the Ace Attorney series someday. Whoa, what's that? Screens floating in midair. Just what are you doing, Kay? I'm entering the information needed for the simulation. Mr. Shields, this Little Thief is a tool that can recreate a crime scene based on the information it is given. I almost forgot about this one. Should I set it for how this place was like when we came here yesterday? Yes, I believe they were in the middle of taking down the set. We didn't pay enough attention to the well, so it's possible we may have missed a clue. Leave it to me. I took a picture of the place too. There, and there. Data entry complete. Now to set the projection to maximum output. Dark skies of evening when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Yeah. Whoa, what? What just happened? I recreated the courtyard from yesterday, based on the information I entered. This was a tool the previous Yatakarasu used. It's a device to run simulations to practice stealing things. But used in this manner, we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. Hey. Oh, but it's still only a recreation based on what information we have. I can't recreate what I don't have information for, and if my information is incorrect, the recreation could come out strange too. In this case, since Kay had a photo, there should be no problems. Now, let's begin the investigation. Okay, we have to investigate the well. Since it's a recreation, you can examine things just like you always do. We can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. Yes, I know. I don't know. First, I should start with that well. Oh, I love when we can walk around. Come on. Yes. Let's examine the area around the well. It holds the key to this case. There are some pulleys here. Oh? They don't appear to be the pulley that was used to lift the bucket from the well. It's a sturdy hemp rope. Oh. It looks like the rope they use for tug of wars. Oh, those are very strong ropes. I'm not going to play tug of war with you. Excuse me. I didn't even say anything yet! There's a metal stake attached to the end of the rope. Ah! You use these to pin down the tent when you go camping. It doesn't seem like they'd need this for the performance. I wonder what it was used for. There's also the weight, right? Just to look at this. This is a metal weight. It weighs... It's hard to see in the recreation. Okay, do you remember? I think it was 33 pounds. 15 kg. Oh, damn. Okay. I wonder what such a heavy thing was used for. It doesn't seem to be directly related to the circus. The well was behind the stage. That means only a few people would have access to dump the body in the well during the performance. This isn't looking good for Mr. Keys. Jesus, why? Mr. Keys, why? These things around the well, what were they used for? They don't seem to be related to the animal show. I agree, we can ask Miss Berry about it later. Okay. Is there anything else we can like... This is the stage where they put on the animal show. If I put on a Great Thief show, I wonder if anyone would come. I'm pretty sure. Okay, we have the chairs, right? I mean, we examined these already, so we could probably like what was the elephant's name again? She's Astic, the Asian elephant. Okay, important. Ah, that's right. It's an easy name to remember. Maybe they couldn't think of a good name, so they gave her a name that's easy to remember. Mr. Edgeworth, what a terrible thing to say about, you know, poor Astic. That's all the information we can gather for now. The detective should be here soon too. Okay, go ahead and shut down Little Thief. Alright, returning the area to normal. Investigation complete. Okay. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Hey, speak of the gummy. Detective Gumshoot, that was quick. I couldn't keep you waiting for too long, sir. Thanks for coming along too, Regina. No problem. It sounded like fun, so I skipped practice to come here. Lamau. Thank you for your cooperation. The way Mao's bows is like so... so pretentious somehow. First, Detective, let's have Missile do some tracking. No problem, sir. Hey, Missile! Over here, pal! Huh? Hey, what's eating you, pal? I said over here. Oh, he's growling. What's the matter? It looks like he's scared of something, sir. It's Allie. Alligator? I guess he's scared of the alligator, sir. Oh my gosh. How are you a police dog? Aren't police dogs trained to be like not scared? What? Oh, good grief. Looks like Missile won't be much help to us. So, what should we do, Miles? Maybe we can ask Miss Berry for help. What is it? What is it? Is there something I can do? Do you want me to teach Allie a trick? Actually, she probably could. No, I just need you to tell me about the condition of the courtyard during the show. Looks like it's my time to shine again. Yes, if you please. Simulation. Up-poo. Up-poo, 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 up-poo. Yeah. Oh, Miss Sal is just there sniffing the floor. That's so cute. Alright, that should do it. I'm starting up the recreation now. Whoosh! Recreation complete. This time you can see how the courtyard was during the animal show. Courtyard was during the animal show, yes. This should be around the time the body was dropped down the well. Wow, cool! It's just like magic! That's not magic. I just recreated the scene based on the information you gave us. See? Look over there. The backstage area is missing. Well, Regina didn't help with the preparations, so he doesn't really know how it was set up. I get it, you can't recreate what you don't have the info for, huh? I'm sorry, it's because Simon took care of setting everything up. Don't worry yourself, Nun. Regina Pie... Miles is the one at fault here. Why me? Mr. Edgeworth, I've recreated the show in progress. But I can also change it to how it was earlier when it was being taken down. I see, so we can examine the courtyard during the show and after the show. Okay. We can freely switch between the two different states. Oh! To change the recreation, select Little Thief on the bottom screen. Now, let's begin the investigation. Okay, okay, we can, examine the stage. A love story between an elephant and a tiger. I really wanted to see that. I also wanted to see Simon in action. Simon is really amazing, especially the part where he gets blown away. Blown away. That's the scene in question. At that point, the suspect in the role of the villain is blown away by the heroine's burning love and makes his exit. Oh, Jesus. After being blown away, the suspect disappeared from the stage. Are you saying the crime was committed during that time? Do you know how long he was gone from the stage? Let me think. About 15 minutes or so. That's just as Judge Courtney said. But isn't it dangerous to be blown away by an elephant? It's alright. Aztek is very gentle. That's not who we're worried about here. During the first few practices, he was having trouble getting blown away. Then all of a sudden, he was able to be sent flying beautifully. He might be using some sort of device, but it's amazing. A device? Do you know anything about it? I have no idea. Simon handled it all by himself. So it uses the pulleys, right? How are you not aware of this? You're the head of the... Okay, I'm not gonna complain. These chairs are lined up in an orderly fashion. I guess there were a few empty seats during the performance. This intimate atmosphere and the closeness between the stage and the audience. It reminds me of the karaoke tournament I entered when I was a kid. Oh. Karaoke tournament? I was the runner-up. Oh. Dark skies of evening when no other bird... She's just singing. Now listen to the song of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Don't tell me you're actually saying that song. Of course, this song rocks! I'm surprised she actually made it to the finals. Did she steal second place? Oh! No, if she didn't steal first place, she must have gotten there fair and square. Hey, don't be mean. What the hell? Don't be mean. Okay. Oh. Oh? This crate was empty in the recreation earlier. Yeah. That's right. It was also empty in the picture I took. But what is inside? Ah, I'm sorry, that information is wrong. What do you mean? This crate contained Aztec's food. In the morning on the day of the show, all the apples were gone. I totally forgot about that. I'm sorry. Missing apples, huh? I should make a note of it. Aztec's feet was there the day before the show, was gone the next morning. Okay, we'll keep it. Wow, that's a lot to piece together later. Okay, it's the cage of the Asian elephant, Aztec. The elephant is performing on stage right now, so the cage is empty. I wonder how Aztec entered the courtyard. What do you mean how? The entrance here is human-sized. And this fence is electrified. I don't think an elephant would enter from there. They could just turn off the electricity. Oh. If they did that, all the inmates would escape. I doubt anyone would escape while an elephant was entering. I wonder how she came in. This requires some thought. Probably the garden. She seems to be enjoying her little brain teaser. I should just let her be. Okay, so we gotta like... What an impressive barbed wire fence. It really gets my thief's blood boiling. I wouldn't touch it though. You'll be in for quite a shock. Oh my god, she made a pun! I wonder what's on the other side of the fence. It looks like the warden's office. I heard she keeps even more animals over there. Oh boy. Why don't they just turn this place into a zoo already? Okay, and this is the... This pond is where Warden Roland keeps a pet alligator. I guess those fish bones are the remains of her last meal. Oof. I don't think an alligator would leave such clean bones. But she had a very refined looking face. I couldn't tell at all. That's because I'm a girl who's good with faces. Oh my god. Why don't I feel the least bit jealous? We should talk to like... Ray, a great thief's secret weapon. I see. But isn't this bad, using a thief's tool to aid in the investigation? Don't make such a scary face, it's alright. Uncle Ray's lips are sealed. It's for the truth, right? The evidence may very well already have been destroyed. In order to recreate the crime scene, we need her help. Why so serious? At times like this, a simple smile will suffice. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, she won't be much help. Let's talk to her. Do you come here often, Regina? Yes, I have many friends here. I love this place. New friends, old friends, everyone's a friend here. Yesterday, Ms. Warden introduced me to a new friend, Little Allie. The alligator who lurks in the pond in the courtyard. That pond, if you get too close, it feels like you'll get gulped. I don't think Little Allie would do such a thing. Her stomach wasn't feeling very well yesterday. Oh. I'm worried. Aren't you all worried too? I mean... Right? Yes, of course! We're all worried, right, Mr. Hitchworth? Don't drag me into this. Okay, we can talk to like you. Mr. Edgeworth, you've got that look on your face like you want to use my secret weapon, sir. Missile isn't in the mood, but I've got my fishing rod ready to go. How would you prefer the metal detector? I've never seen the detective's eyes sparkle like that. If need be, I'll let you know. For now, just stand by. Okay, let's change the recreation. Yeah, what's up? Change recruit. Oh, we can change the recruit. But first, do you still remember how the little thief works? Yes, I can basically examine its recreation like I normally do in my investigations. Yes, if something catches your eye, please examine it to your heart's content. Oh, but if there's an error with the info, the recreation could come out a bit strange, alright? If you find anything strange, please present some evidence. I'm still not used to the new feature of the little thief. Using the latest feature, we can recreate the same spot at different times. By the way, we can currently recreate the during the show from 2 days ago and the after the show from yesterday. When I want to investigate a different scene, I'll ask her to change recreation. Okay, let's go back first. Okay, so there is nothing, alright, we cannot see. At this point in time, we still don't have enough information about this area. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth, please steal some information. I don't steal information. I obtain it through my investigation and logic. I prefer to act first before thinking. No, don't do that. You may act before thinking as long as you don't interfere with the investigation. I wouldn't want to arrest you. Okay. In that case, we should change the recreation. You want to recreate the after the show scene from yesterday? Yes. Let's go! The after the show scene from yesterday has been recreated. Okay, so we have this is a stage where they put on the animal show. That put on great deal. But we already inspected this, right? We already checked, so we don't need to, probably. These were used for audience seating during the show. Oh, we already... I'll look into it. This door is locked? Oh. Stealing anything in presents, even a spotlight, okay. This crate. No, there are tires attached to it, so I guess it's a cart. Okay, we have already investigated this one. Already investigated. How do I... Okay. Is it time for some logic? Let's do some logic. Did Astic maybe eat now? Oh wait, I got it. Simon's done. Let's go with Simon's done. I think this is it. Yes, we got it. Mr. Keys used the device for his stunt. Maybe the tools around the well are connected to this? The tools lying around the well. Could they have been a part of his device? That seems very likely. I wonder if it's possible to recreate the device. If you ask Mr. Keys, he should be able to tell you how the device was put together. Alright, I'll go ask him. Okay, wait for her to come back, and then she can put it together. Mr. Edgeworth, I asked him about it! And did you find out how the device works? Okay. He used a rope to hang some weights on the well's pulley. Okay. The weights were suspended inside the well. Then he ran the rope through 2 more pulleys and tied the end of the rope to his own body. So he uses the force of the falling weights to send himself flying. But what's to stop the weights from falling on their own? In order to prevent that from happening, he used a stopper. Oh! Miss Berry didn't know anything about the well. That means Mr. Keys removed the stopper by himself? Correct! That's why a second rope was needed. Oh! This rope was attached to the stopper, and when it was pulled from the stage... Ah! Hoi! The stopper would be removed and the weights would drop down the well. I'm definitely going to steal this idea. The Yatakarasu won't lose to something like this. Don't waste your time. Circus acts require extensive training. Even if you steal the device, it won't do you any good. Then I'll train as well. Before you start training, could you first update the recreation? Oh yeah, you wanted me to recreate the device that was used in the performance. First, let's return to the during the show scene. Let's go. Next, I'll input the information of the device on the well, and now we can recreate the device Simon made. Yeah. Oh yeah, nice. So this is the device that Mr. Keys used. Okay. Simon sure is gutsier than he looks. Nice, right? Yes. Using the falling weights as the force to launch himself during his performance. Indeed, he would have to drop enough weights to exceed his own body weight in order to provide the strength needed to pull him off the stage. Simon must have practiced a lot for this. Examine. Looking at this weight, you can really feel the weight of Simon's hard work on your chest. Is that so? I don't feel anything at all. Aw, that's too bad. If this was an actual weight, I'll immediately put it on your chest, Mr. Edgeworth. And I'll do everything in my power to stop you. Okay. Mr. Keys used this well to perform the stunt where he gets blown away by the elephant. Hi, Devoid! Hi, Loyal Nugget! Hello, Nugget! Yes, it's being your wee. Okay. Ada it is. Okay, guys, are you ready? I'll just say it like this, okay? Ada. There's your awa. There you go. Yes, it's being Yuri. It's just being Yuri. He used those 2 ropes quite skillfully. This sheet is the same as the one from the workroom. Amazing as always, Mio. Thank you, Devoid. Isn't this the same as the one from the workroom? Yes, why is there also one here? I wonder why there's one here. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, are you deep in thought? Why does it feel like she's stealing my thoughts? LOL. Are you seriously insecure about losing to a girl? We should talk about like oh, we already talked. Okay, we already talked, so we already went through this. Long time no see, that's right, Nugget. It really is long time no see. Okay, well, I think it's time to do some logic. Oh, why is it pink this time? Shall we try this? Yes! How have you been? I've been great. I've been good. Yes. Recently came back from a nice holiday. Caught COVID. Recovered from COVID. And now I'm starting to stream again, so yeah. This week's schedule has been a bit of like a mix. It has been a mixed bag here and there because I was trying to confirm stuff. But either way, I'm good. Yes, we can do this. Oh, isn't it strange? What's wrong, pal? Good to hear. I hope you've been well too, Nugget. Haven't you noticed, Detective, what's strange about the way it is? The number of the weight. Yeah, that's right. What's strange is the number of weights. In other words, it's not heavy enough. In order to pull up Mr. Keys' body weight. You're right, sir. But where did the rest of the weights disappear to? I have up to a few days ago. And I catch the flu and stuff. Oh no, you're same as me. Hope you're taking care. Looks like it's time to use my 7 secret weapons, sir. If necessary, I'll let the detective know. Wait! No. I mean, it's good to save, I suppose. Okay, and then let's continue. Okay, so can I talk to Missile? As you can see, he's totally scared, sir. I wanted him to track a scent, but it looks like that won't be possible. Oh no. Okay, there's only logic to do it right now, right? Estic's feet. Maybe he used this. Wait, no, like this, and then I think it's this. It should be this. No! I can't see a clear connection between these two pieces of information. No! Not like this! No! Okay, let me see. Okay, let's okay, we should use like let's use, okay, this one. Hi Hilzu from Vietnam, hello! I feel like it's been a while since I've seen your name. I hope you're doing well. Detective Gumshoe, it's time for your secret weapon. Yes, sir! I was hoping for the metal detector. I don't get many chances to use this one. Before we begin the search, let me go over how to use the metal detector, sir. This metal detector uses sound. Oh my gosh, PTSD. And this meter to let you know how close you are to a metal object. When you get closer to a metal object, the metal detector will have a bigger reaction, like this. When you get the biggest reaction, give me the order to examine that spot, sir. Now, let's see what we've got. It's just a metal fence. And that's basically how you search for metal objects. Oh, pain. Just give me the instructions on where you want to search, sir. Okay, like this. It's not just this, right? It's just, Here, sir. It looks like there's something here. Oh, it's a gold coin, sir. It's a historical discovery. What the hell? It's hardly possible that something like this could find its way into a prison. Ah, there it is. So that's where it was buried. That's a coin from the bi-weekly coin hunting competition. There's an event like that? That sure sounds like fun, pal. It's an event where the warden buries some coins and the prisoners search for them. There are 3 silver coins and 1 gold coin. Whoever finds them can trade them in for snacks. A coin hunting competition and an animal show. Just what kind of prison is this anyway? Let's continue the search, sir. Oh, wait. Here, sir, it looks like there's something here. Devoid be appreciating the thighs, yes. I don't see anything that could be metallic. What could be causing the reaction? Maybe there are iron fillings around here. Iron filings, is it like the ones you collect with a magnet? Yes, sir. I guess they're mixed into the sand here. If we're going to pull them out, we'll need secret weapon number 6. Or was it 7? Can't you even keep that much straight? It's just a regular magnet I bought at a hardware store. Lol. Hold it near the ground and presto, pick them all up, sir. Wow, this is really... Well, what do you know? Finding simple joy in simple tasks. What a simpleton. Let's check somewhere else. Oh my god. Yeah, there's a reaction here too, sir. Let's check it out. Huh? Is this finally it? I found these in the clumps of in the clumps of grass here, sir. These are the weights used for that hoisting device. Chan. Were these intentionally hidden? There's 4 of them in all, sir. That many weights would be enough to lift Simon. That would be like 60 kg. So the other weights that were used in the device were hidden. Why were they hidden over here though? See? I'm really earning my keep today, aren't I, sir? It's Allie. Ah! The alligator! That scared me, pal! Huh? What's the matter, detective? It looks like the metal detector is reacting to this alligator. What? Did the alligator eat it? Really? Why? Are you sure it isn't still just reacting to the weights? It's a different reaction, sir, and it's definitely coming from the alligator. It's gone. Looks like it's scared of us. I don't think so, Kay. Huh? If anything, I think Allie looks a little under the weather. Allie, I suppose that was what Warden Roland called it. She didn't eat any of the food that the warden gave her yesterday. I think she might have eaten something bad. Oh, something metal maybe? So I guess the metal reactor could be reacting to whatever the alligator ate. Oh, maybe she ate one of the weights? I doubt that even an alligator can ingest a 33-pound weight. But what could a metal detector be reacting to? Oh. And regardless, why were these weights hidden? Maybe we should take another look at the device on the well. Okay, I'd like you to recreate the after the show scene again. Alright, leave it to me. Hi Justice, that's right, it's Being Yuri, hello. I want to rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. The well is behind the stage, which means dun 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 dun. Is that all? Do I deduce, I think? Oh, thanks for the hit pass, Justice. Deduce, maybe? Oh. Just to be sure. Let's see. Okay, I think I got it. Is it this one? No! No! Ah! No! No! Ah, is this one? How is this one? Oh, wait, sorry. Seems that there is a contradiction with the device. Deduce. It's the rope. This one. It should be this one, please, please, please. No! What did I do wrong? What? What? Hey, I mean... What did I do wrong? Did I do something wrong? No, no, I've been doing it wrong. No, what did I do wrong? Wait, wait, what did I do wrong? Wait. Let me look at the guide again. Wait. What did I do wrong? Wait. I was supposed to like present the role, right? Deduce? Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. deduce this one, and then... Oh, okay, I got it. Please tell me it's correct. Okay, it's correct. This recreation and the device we saw earlier, there is a major discrepancy. One of the ropes is missing. Dun dun dun! The ropes is missing, guys. You're right! Without it, the device won't work. I wonder what happened to it. Where did the missing rope disappear to? It's possible that we hold the piece of evidence that shows where the rope went. Eh? Which piece of evidence shows where the missing rope went? The rope we found with the dead body. Ah! Could it be? Yes, it could be the other piece of rope that was used here. Then, does that mean this rope was attached to the weight? However, the weight was not one of these metal weights. These weights were hidden in the grass and replaced with something else. If they were replaced, then what was used as the weight? I have a feeling I know. It's the body! It's the body! Oh my gosh! It was the body! It was the body! What dropped down the well was none other than Knightley's dead body. Eh? Mr. Knightley's body was used as the weight? Yes, the weights were replaced with Knightley's body. Mr. Keys used the device to launch himself off the stage. When the rope that was tied to him was undone and let go, both the body and the rope had dropped down the well. What? The rope wasn't used to tie up Knightley. It was used to suspend him inside the well. That also explains why the other weights were hidden. Ah! So that no one would find out that the weights were replaced with the body. Simon is looking really sus right about now. Yes, the killer was the one who hid those weights. But Miles, wasn't Knightley boy stabbed in the neck with the murder weapon? If he was suspended in the well, wouldn't there be blood at the bottom of the well? The killer was also aware of that. That's why they used this item. Which item did the killer use in order to leave no traces of blood behind? This one. Welcome to the Sheepdom Kinky. Welcome. The sheet we found near the body. It was used to wrap up the body. Dun dun dun. I see. It looks like all the pieces are starting to come together, eh? But this means that the body definitely came from the well. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Simon is the killer? No, that's not necessarily the case. Eh? But yesterday Judge Courtney said... If Mr. Keys was the killer, would he have needed to set up such an elaborate device? I guess you have a point. Mr. Keys was only responsible for dropping the body during the show. In other words, it doesn't matter where the real killer was or what they were doing during the show. Until now, this placed the doubt on the people who did not watch the animal show. It's true, we also suspected Mr. Dogan. The killer's true intent was to make us think that the murder occurred during the show. Oh? In other words, they used the device on the well to create a fake alibi. Oh, John! Miss Berry, do you know when this device on the well was set up? Let me think. The day before the show. I think it was at night. We all started preparing at 9 PM. We finished at around midnight. The killer replaced the weights with the dead body afterwards. Interesting. Did Dogen know about the device? No. Even if he knew about the device, it wouldn't be possible for him to use it. Huh. You can't teach a dog to suspend the body in a well? In other words, Dogen is not the killer. Jun jun jun. Well, do we have enough like logic to like Astik and the missing apples? Probably Astik ate them, right? Just is it this? Is it this? Yes! The apples in the crate were probably eaten by Astik. But it's strange. I remember leaving the crate out of reach from Astik's nose. Are you certain? Yes, the crate was still full of apples on the night before the show. Then the cart was moved to where her nose could reach it. With that many apples, it could not have been moved by the wind. Most likely, the crate was moved by a person. Aha! Prior to the show, the cart's position was already changed and the apples were all eaten. This appears to be the correct information. Please update the simulation parameters. K? Yes, K. Alright, I'll use the new info to recreate the scene. First, let's return to the during the show scene. Using the info we got from Regina, I'll recreate the scene with the cart in its actual place. Bean Yuri's so cute! That's right, Bean Yuri is the adorablest of the cutest of the... Okay, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I ended up stretching anyway. But yes, unshrimping. Yes. Unshrimping is good, guys. Unshrimping is good, yes. Using the info we got from Regina, I'll recreate the scene with the cart in its actual place. Recreation complete. We should examine this then. No wonder I thought it smelled like animals. It contained the elephant's food. So this was filled with Astik's apples. That's right. On the day before the show, it was full of apples. Aha. And in the morning, they were all gone. Oh, did you think of something? You could say that. This door is locked. Oh, nah, it's fine. It's fine. I can't fast forward this. Okay. Can we talk to like Regina about anything? No, not like this. Okay. Okay, we could probably see like I mean, these are the only two left, right? Worth a shot. Okay, so that means it's the same person that did. This card was moved the night before the show. The body was also switched the night before the show. I don't think it was just a coincidence. That's right. Keeping that in mind, the question now becomes... Excuse me. Why was the cart moved? The cart used to be in front of that door. I can think of one reason why, because they needed to use the door. Hey. Restretch. Hey. Somebody opened that door. To bring the body. I don't know. Alright, let's hurry up and... locked. Let's ask a guard. Hey, Mr. Guard. Yes, what is it? That was fast. You there, where's the key to this door? The warden's in charge of it. I'll get it from her right away. The warden is in charge of the keys here? Without the warden's permission, this door can't be opened. Thank you very much. What? That's a circuit breaker panel. This must be the breaker room. On the night before the show, somebody came into this room. I wonder why they would come here. The security camera! I don't think anyone would confuse the breaker room with the break room. It was definitely to operate the circuit breakers. So someone came here to shut off the power to something? Was there anything that had its power shut off? Yes! The security camera footage had a 3-hour gap. Ah! I see! The circuit breaker for the security camera was tripped. It's highly possible. Was this the killer's handiwork? With the camera down, it would be easier to move about. The killer would have had a major advantage. I knew it! If that's the case... the killer was the person who tripped the breaker, eh? The person in charge of the key to the breaker room is... it couldn't be. Deactivating the recreation. Is the pest. I'm first to the scene as always. Good morning, Mr. The Best. What? You? How did you get here before me? Greetings, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I see you have arrived early. Or maybe it is you who are late, Judge Courtney. I have many matters which require my attention. I have no time to waste. Unlike a certain prosecutor who was taken off the case. Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten that you were assisting the defense attorney. An assistant can never be the best. You've fallen like the rest. You just say whatever you like, don't you? Oh, this guy. Let us begin our examination of the courtyard, Sebastian. Alright, I'll call the men over.
Hold it.
That will be unnecessary. What? We have already finished the investigation of the courtyard. You have been bested. Bested? Me? Judge Courtney. Your reasoning from yesterday? Watch me shatter it to pieces. I would advise you to choose your words more carefully. Have you forgotten that the fate of your badge rests in my hands? He fears nothing. I have had enough of such coercion. Can't you think of some other way to threaten me that does not involve my badge? Despite my repeated warnings, you show no signs of reflection. It seems I must remind you once more. The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee can't leave someone such as yourself unchecked. Neither the fate of my badge nor the actions of the committee will impede my progress. Proving Mr. Key's innocence, that is all that concerns me. Your words are like those of a defense attorney. If you are willing to go that far, then I will show no leniency. In the name of the goddess of law, I shall turn your words against you. And at that moment, you will forfeit the title of prosecutor. You shall regret this. I don't know, man. I shared my reasoning with you the day before. Since Mr. Albert did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel, it could only have been dropped down the well during the show. The only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect. Naturally, you have evidence to support your reasoning. Of course she does. Who do you think she is? Earlier, I received the official autopsy report. Babysitting that kid must be so difficult. Must be difficult. Oh. The time of death was the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the day before the show. The cause of death remains unchanged, a stab wound 4 inches deep. Okay. Saiban Keys was not present on the stage for a period of 15 minutes. There was sufficient time for him to drop the body down the well. She has not investigated the courtyard yet. That means... It seems there's a hole in your argument. You seem quite confident. Can you present evidence to support your claim? Of course I can, and I will. Okay. Okay, since Mr. Albert's body went past through the tunnel, it could only have been dropped down the well during the show. The body was dropped down the well during the show? I'd like to hear your reasoning for this. The day before the show, Mr. Albert lent the key to Mr. Knightley, the key to Knightley's cell. Oh right. Escape from his cell, we already know this. The next day when Mr. Albert passed through the tunnel, he did not come across the body. Please wait a minute, that doesn't seem right at all. Wasn't there a sweet smell in the tunnel? Mr. Knightley must have passed through it. Mr. Knightley passed through the tunnel after Mr. Albert did. Mr. Albert passed through the tunnel at the start of the show. However, the body wasn't found until the end of the show. Which is why you believe the body was dropped during the show. Oh! Hi! Thank you for the raid, Urkelman! Welcome! Wait, let me grab you a shout out. Hey! Hey! How was Danganronpa 2? I saw you streaming just now. I can't imagine playing that game, honestly. I've only watched playthroughs of it. How was it? How was it? And hi, this bear doctor. Hello! Welcome to the sheepdom! Welcome! Welcome to the sheepdom! Hey! Yes, yes. This being Yori. I am being Yori. So yes, we're on the case, man. We're on the case. Yes, okay. Hi, to introduce myself to you guys, Raiders. I am Miori Shiba. I'm a Shiba VTuber. I like visual novels. I like them so much. I went to the trouble of downloading this emulator so that I could play these DS games. But yeah, yes, hi. Sup, that's right, sup. How was it? You play them in Japanese, right? I think that's amazing. I couldn't play them in Japanese. I would just perish. Especially since so many of the mechanics revolve around the nuances of the language. Ugh. Yes, and there's only one person who could have carried. Oh, we already went through this. The only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect. I think I can present something. We have. Judge Courtney, don't you have a problem with that statement just now? Oh no! Should I have a problem with it? Exactly, because there's no problem. Oh! In that case, you share refrain now! is super cool. That's great. Well, we didn't get very far, but we did finish the prologue. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Wait, let me see. Oh, Simon's device. Okay, you know what? We're gonna try and go for that. Yeah, I'm correct. It is this statement. It is this statement. I just presented the wrong evidence. Yeah, it's this statement. All right. That's great though. Yeah, it's a long game. Danganronpa 2 is super long, so yeah. Unfortunately for you, Judge Courtney, your argument doesn't hold any water, just like the well. There was a device set up around the well here. What is this device of which you speak? Are you aware of the stunt in which Mr. Keys is blown away by the elephant during the show? I have heard of it. It would have been right before he exits the stage. He tied one end of a length of rope to himself and the other end to a set of weights. He was able to perform the stunt by dropping these weights down the well. Wouldn't he have spent the whole place suspended up in the air? That's why he had a stopper attached to the weighted end. The stopper was removed by pulling another rope. Around the well, we found evidence that the weights were switched with the victim's body. Not as long as V3 though. Holy crap, that's so much to do. Yeah, V3 is like next level. It's a very good conclusion to the series, yeah. This was done by the real killer in order to shift suspicion away from them. Judging from the time of death, the murder was carried out in the early morning of the show. The true criminal had until the time the show started to set up the device. But didn't Simon Keys make that thing? And since he was also the one who used it, he is the best suspect. I'm gonna smack this guy. Don't you agree? Obviously not. If Mr. Keys were the murderer, he would not have needed to do that. Miss Berry? Yes? Was there anyone else who knew of the device he set up? Well, let me see. Since we had to get everything about our show approved by the people here at the prison, I'd say there were others who knew about it. And there you have it. I see. You have indeed performed a thorough investigation. Which is why I am even further perplexed. Oh gosh. My brain hurts. Why do you not use your efforts for justice? My actions are not just. Who made that decision? You cannot understand even that, even now? Providing support to a defense attorney despite being a prosecutor. It is quite unnatural. This goes against the rules. What rules? I am merely choosing to do what I think is right at this particular time. His will is so strong, I love it. I travel down the road I have chosen. Your comprehension does not matter in the least. However, if anyone intends to interfere, I will show no mercy. Perhaps this is a calling from the goddess of law. If you intend to rebel against her divine will, I will have no choice but to hand down my verdict. Pay heed to my words. I have one more reason to suspect Simon Keys of murder. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, let's go, let's go. Reason for suspicion. If the body came from the courtyard, how was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Only Simon Keys could have provided such an opportunity. Because of this fact, I find it most difficult to suspect any other party of this crime. While Simon Keys was moving supplies for the show, he visited Mr. Knightley's cell. Does that not strike you as odd? Why else would he have brought a large covered cage with him? Ooh, that does seem pretty suspicious. Mr. Keys was merely that kind of person. It is entirely possible that he carelessly brought it there. If that is possible, then it is also possible that he was assisting in the escape. Am I wrong? I suppose I must refute her theory with evidence. What? If the body came from the courtyard. You know, I'm gonna take no chances. I just want to see. It's the footage, I think. Mr. Keys wasn't the only one who had the opportunity. Who else could have had the opportunity? The timestamp on the security camera is off by 3 hours. This means that there was a 3-hour gap in time. During that time, anyone could have done it. If that were the case, then the murderer would have created the gap in time intentionally. It would not have been a simple camera failure. Are you saying that is possible? It's possible if you had access to this. In this courtyard, we found the circuit breaker for the security camera. And it was possible to access the breaker room both before and after the murder. What? Unfortunately, it appears that you have fallen short of your intentions. Mr. Edgeworth hasn't fallen short of anything. So, can you explain how the murderer obtained the key to the breaker room? Oh yeah, that's right. It was locked, wasn't it? The warden hangs onto the key, right? The breaker room has great importance even in a prison. There is no one who would be able to obtain the key so easily.
Objection!
Oh? Well, I can think of someone. What did you say? This person, the murderer, was able to get the key. They didn't even need to steal it. There can't be anyone like that. Besides, the breaker to the electrified fence is in that room too. Only one person could have done this. I didn't want to believe it myself, but I trust that my logic is sound. The person who used the key to enter the breaker room is... Oh my gosh, is that woman. The murderer is... Warden Roland. Oh my, what an energetic little puppy. That's because this dog is extremely fond of sweets. It seems to detect a sweet scent on you. Oh heavens no, I'm not even wearing perfume or anything of the sort. What the dog detects is the sweet scent of death. How poetic. However, does that not imply that I committed the murder? That's what I think. This sprite is so funny. What? The warden is... the murderer? Mr. Edgeworth, are you serious about your statement? Oh ho ho, how amusing. The very thought of a warden committing a murder. It sounds like something out of a mystery novel. Precisely. Your reasoning is in contempt.
Hold it.
Nothing of the sort. I did not want to believe it myself, but based on the evidence, I have no choice but to believe it. This evidence proves that Warden Roland is the murderer. Is this one right? Is the same one? Is this one? Wait, let me just check. Wait, what? It's not that. It's not that. Sorry, it's the. Wait. Wait. Oh.
Take that.
The smell gave you away. As you can plainly see, someone has taken notice. Miss Sao's like, this police dog. He tracked the sweet smell that came from the body. And right now, he is telling us that the same scent is also on Warden Roland. Oh, you're a cruel one to accuse me of murder based on something like that. Doggone right! It's Missile, it's so precious Missile. Right, Justin darling. It appears that Judge Courtney has reached the same conclusion as I have. Mr. Edgeworth, this couldn't have been just a coincidence, could it? The key to the breaker room and the same scent on the body. If it were only one, it could have been seen as such. It appears we have reached a conclusion. We should now listen to what the warden has to say. Indeed, until we do, we cannot close this case. Oh my goodness! Everyone with such scary faces. So I'm the only one who could have been the murderer? That just cannot be. Why I can't be the killer, okay. I heard all about the case from Justin Darling here. Had I committed the murder, it would have taken place inside the holding cell. But I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison. I was caught up in my work. Up until the show, I was stuck in my office. Check up on it if you like. You'll find there's no record of me entering the prison. I don't know what reasoning you had, but I can say for sure. I cannot be the killer. But Miss Sal barked at you, pal. You've got to be the culprit. Oh heavens, it's not possible. I already told you I never went to the prison. If you think I'm lying, why don't you check the records? She wants us to check the records? She does seem confident. For now, all we can do is listen to her and try to draw out more information. Okay. I do hope you understand, Mr. Edgeworth. I hate... Ugh, what a pain. And I committed some murder, it would have taken place inside the holding cell. But why? The murder occurred inside the cell? How can you be so certain about that? Well, everywhere else would be under surveillance, right? And the victim's blood was found there too. That blood was actually from when he was struck by Albert, but I don't think it's necessary to inform her of this fact. That doesn't mean it's proven. You do know that. But I see no contradictions in assuming the crime scene was at the detention center. But I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison. You never went into the prison? Do you have proof of this? My, can't you wait for me to finish? I was caught up in my work. Up until the show, I was stuck in my office. You were in your office the whole time? Nothing strange happened? Nope, nothing at all. Were you looking for something? I'm not too good at tidying up. I always forget where I put everything. The other day, I even lost track of an important piece of evidence. Is it the bell? Is it? Welcome to the Shipton Kurosaki. Welcome. How could you have made such a grave error? If someone were to take something from me, I wouldn't even notice it the entire year. Bruh. I guess it will be hard to attack with the key to the breaker room. On the day of the incident, I was working in my office and searching for lost items. A cutie, but that's right, it's me. I'm a cutie. In other words, I couldn't have gone to the prison, even if I had wanted to. Check up on it if you like. You'll find there's no record of me entering the prison. We did not enter the prison from the entrance. But what if there was another route? Oh my, are you suggesting something like a secret passage? I don't know if anything like that exists. It is my firm belief that you did possess an alternative route. An alternate route. That route was neither the entrance nor a secret passage. The route you used was from here. Yeah. Here. The barbed wire fence? You would have moved nicely to your office first. This office leads directly to the garden side of the courtyard. If you had moved through here and past the barbed wire fence, you would have arrived at the prison without passing through the entrance of a tunnel. Or a tunnel. I wonder what Mr. Edgeworth is saying. Haven't you noticed there's a high voltage current running through the fence? Yeah, obviously she couldn't have passed through it like that. Go Lawyer Shiba, thank you, I'm doing my best. The current to the fence could be switched off at the breaker room. And you were the only one who had the key, Warden Roland. Most amusing. However, the breaker room is located on the prison side of the courtyard. How would the warden have accessed it from the detention center? Ah, quite right. Got you there, Mr. Edgeworth. That's... If there is no record of her passing through the prison entrance, it would not have been possible for her to turn off the fence's breaker. But Warden Roland was the only one who had access. Don't let this faze you, Miles. But if I don't have a solution for this, she'll get away. Now, Uncle Ray never said don't think, you know. It's just not good to be so stubborn about it. That's all. But no matter how you think about it, Warden Roland couldn't have done this alone. Not alone? Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you have failed to come up with a new I am not amused, interrupting my judgment only to be silent. Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. Nice. Let me screenshot it. This one is funny. Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. I gotta screenshot this. Hey, give me a screenshot. Hey, let's go screenshot like this. Objection. Why is this so funny? Okay, let's continue. I have to answer. I won't let this end here. My reasoning is not over yet. So, how did she use the breaker without leaving the detention center? It's perfectly possible with this method. Alright, I'm gonna need to go. See you later, Shiba. Okay, see you later, Kurosaki. Thanks for dropping by. It's perfectly possible with this method. What made it possible to turn off the breaker? She had an accomplice. She had an accomplice. Yes, that's right. It was indeed impossible for one person But what if there were two? Exactly, just what I expected from you, Miles. Yes, you had an accomplice on the prison side. Enough! I am disappointed in you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. What's that, pal? You making fun of Mr. Edgeworth? The inmates at this prison all wear bracelets. If they try and go where they please, they will set off the alarm. Ah! So you've noticed? This is a prison after all. Not only the prisoners, but the guards too, are under constant scrutiny. So why didn't anyone notice Albert? The only ones allowed to move around freely are the animals. And they certainly could not have used the breaker. But it's still possible that a person did it. Excluding the inmates and the guards, just what kind of person would you say it was? We can't exclude the inmates and guards just yet. There was only one person, one whose movement was not restricted. This evidence shows that there was someone in the prison who could move around freely. Oh! It's Sawe, right? That is? It looks like the bracelet worn by the prisoners. This belongs to a certain model inmate, and it's broken. What? Just who on earth does this belong to? Frank Sowit, the warden's favorite inmate. She's sweating! Oh my god, the fox is licking her face. Don't you think it's strange? He managed to keep this hidden while he moved around freely in his daily prison life. Golly, when you think about it, it shouldn't be possible. I'd hazard a guess that this was because he was a special case. Just like Sir Han Dogen in the special cell. The prosecutor's statement is mere conjecture. You could find out by simply asking Sowit himself. It is my firm belief that Mr. Sowit and Warden Roland were partners in crime. Due to their collaboration, another route surfaces. The real route by which Knightley's body was moved to the prison. There were two obstacles that needed to be dealt with. The security camera in front of Knightley's cell. Excuse me. And the electric fence in the courtyard. Both these problems could have been solved with a single stroke. By having Sowit switch off the breakers in the breaker room. Mr. Edgeworth, could you wait one moment? Do you still intend to deny it, Warden Roland? I give in, I confess. Warden Roland, no, this cannot be. Yes, it's just as he says. Frank Sowit and I were partners in crime. No way! You didn't, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, really? Well done, Miles. At last, we have the real culprit cornered. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, Frankie operated the breaker. But we were not responsible for Knightley's murder. What? Warden Roland? Whatever do you mean? Judge Courtney, would the Goddess of Law hear my confession? The Goddess of Law is merciful. She will absolve you. I was being threatened. Threatened? That's why I had no choice but to do as I was told. So who was threatening you? Sir Han Dogen, that assassin. Dogen? It's been going on since that man came to the prison. I will never forget that day. When we were both alone, he suddenly said to me, "I have many dogs outside the prison." Dogs? Loyal dogs who obey my every command. I soon realized that what Dogen referred to were not really dogs, but his human henchmen. And that's not all he said. "You'd better watch how you treat me, if you don't want you and your family to become dog food." I had no choice. I gave him the special cell. I gave him anything he desired. Anything he desired. You don't mean the supplier? That's right. Anything he ordered, I would deliver to him. An underground dealership. I was the one who won over Frankie. It was simple. I just offered him special privileges within the prison. And these underground dealings? Once a week, in the middle of the night, Frankie would shut off 2 of the breakers, so I could move from my office to the courtyard without being seen by the security camera. I would go past the fence and drop the goods down the well near the prison. Oh! And then outsprinkle this perfume over it. So that's the true identity of the sweet scent. The scent of perfume was a signal for Dogen's dog. After picking up the scent, he would carry the goods to Dogen. Of course, this had to be done while Albert was away from his cell. I'm surprised he never found out about it, pal. We have a strict timetable here at the prison. Mealtime, exercise time, it's easy to know when he's away from his cell. And since little Rocky is afraid of Dogen's dog, I didn't have to worry about him making noise. So having full knowledge of the prison's inner workings, she made the deliveries herself. This would have ensured there were no slip-ups. Frankie would turn the breakers back on in the early morning and the delivery was complete. I then modified the timestamp on the security camera. You have told us a great deal. The goddess of law accepts your penitent confession. As the warden of the prison, how could I have done such a foolish thing? The day Knightley was killed was also a delivery day. It seemed Frankie was working the breakers as usual. But that day I had nothing to send, so I did not go to the courtyard at all. The secret of the supply system. So then Warden Roland was... The police have been searching for Dogen's henchmen for ages. I've also been helping them, but... I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but... No matter how much evidence we have on him, we can't get a single word out of him. So the reason you kept on interrogating him... Yes, it was to find his henchmen. I borrowed all the evidence from the police and carried out the interrogation myself. I kept an eye on all his actions and examined all of his mail. Mail? Like his correspondence chess letters. But I could never uncover the true identity of his henchmen. This fear, it's something you could never understand. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you were listening, right? I'd say this confession clears the warden of all suspicion. Is it really necessary to press her further than this? Is it necessary to press her further? I'm pretty sure there is. It is necessary. Like, We should press further, right? Judge Courtney, my questioning isn't over yet. I'm sure the goddess of law isn't satisfied yet either. You mean to badger this woman further? Even if she was threatened by Dogen? This does not prove she was not the culprit in this case. She was able to use the supply route to transport Knightley's body. Do you have any evidence to support this? The body gave off a sweet scent. A scent of perfume that was used to signify a delivery. Can you explain this fact? Oh, of course. Since I have made so many deliveries, the scent would have lingered around the well. When the body was moved through the well, the scent would have transferred to it. Mr. Albert also testified to this fact. That's it. For some reason, that well gave off a nice scent. A nice scent? I don't know what it was, but it smelled sweet, like candy. The lingering scent in the well would, of course, be picked up by anything passing through. The defense rests, I see. In that case, court is adjourned. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything we can do? What should I do? Is this as far as I can go? Is it over already? Yes, Sebastian, it is. And now court is officially adjourned. Hold it. Oh, who said it? Who said it? Who was that? It's not nice of you to adjourn things just like that, Courtney Pie. I love this BGM. It's so good. Mr. Shields, are you objecting to the court adjourning? Of course not. I ain't got no objection or anything like that. Go ahead and adjourn court. Do whatever you like. Hey, what are you doing, Mr. Shields? Whoa there, calm down, Kay. Who wants some chocolate? Is this a joke? You'll have to excuse me, I just have one tiny request to make. Simon Keyes' attorney. That's right, you're the defense attorney in charge of this case, aren't you? Exactly, did you all forget? That's so mean. But you just left everything to Mr. Edgeworth and didn't do anything at all. Yes, that's right, that's why. I thought I'll do my job a bit. Do your job? That hardly sounds like you at all. It's to prepare for the trial. I'd like to ask the warden a few questions. Surely you jest. What more would you expect to hear from her? Well, Miss Warden, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the culprit. My thoughts? Uncle Ray believes that Simon is not the culprit. It seems that Miss Warden also suspects someone other than Simon. I'd like to hear you out. Mr. Edgeworth, what's Mr. Shields up to? He's trying to lure Warden Roland into testifying. Hi, the boy, yes. The mall. Why was the supply route used to transport the body? I'd say it was to pin the crime on Dogen. Ah, I see! If he committed a murder here, he would be transferred to another prison. One with tighter security. And that would get rid of the troublemaker. Exactly. She wouldn't pass up a chance like that. Hey, hold on a sec. A culprit besides Simon? What do you mean? Simon was the one I was supposed to prosecute. Exactly. So wouldn't it be better if the best also listened to what she had to say? Amazing, Mr. Shields. You managed to drag Mr. The Best into this too. Warden Roland, is this acceptable? Oh, you, it's fine. It's fine. You understand a woman's heart. Thank you, Mademoiselle. Actually, I've thought this over. I'd like to tell you my thoughts. You'll let me speak, won't you, Justin, darling? Of course, you may speak. Mr. Shields, awesome! Phew, that was a close shave. Thank you, Mr. Shields. No, I'm still leaving the rest to you. Remember what I said? A defense attorney never gives up. The fate of our client rests on our shoulders, after all. It would be uncool if Uncle Ray didn't put that into practice. Now then, Miles, it's your turn to show you'll never give up. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you. Sorry. Right. Well then, while you listen to my story. Oh, this amount of testimony is like ending me. My story. I believe that the culprit in this case could only have been Dogen. I have no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim. It simply could have been that Dogen was displeased with him. In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. He probably had a dog dispose of the body. This is the truth of the case. The victim, Mr. Knightley, was it? I think it is a truly terrible thing. Taking a man's life, you mean? That's how you'd go about saying it, isn't it? Hi, Facilier! Hi, it's me, Toast Sheep. I am being Yori today. I'm being. Hey! Hi. If only I had been more vigilant, his death would not have happened. That's why I want to clear up his regrets. Warden Roland, how considerate! I'm sure Mr. Knightley in heaven is overflowing with gratitude. Beans on toast sheep? No, I am just a bean. I'm using my bean model. Is gratitude really what Knightley feels? Oh my gosh. It's like something the British should eat. Beans on toast is actually quite nice. Dogen. I have no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim. You do know what transpired, though? Right? I'd like to hear your thoughts about the circumstances surrounding the murder. Well, I suppose it was a simple job. During his booking, I learned that the victim had some kind of injury to his neck. He couldn't turn his neck to the right. I remember him saying something like that. Booking. That's the process one undergoes before being locked up in the detention center. It sounds like you don't really know a lot about Knightley. I only know a little. In any case, he would have been an easy target for Dogen. Perhaps he used a chisel hidden in the chessboard? The victim wouldn't even have had a chance to scream. I see. Your opinion will be a very valuable reference. Could you add those last statements to your testimony? Aw, you're making me blush. You're so C-U-T-E. You're so cute. I'm just kidding. I'll continue. The chessboard. The thing that the victim brought with him. It seems that he really enjoyed playing chess. How could I have guessed that chisel would be hidden inside it? The chisel in the chessboard. That fact is only known by a select few people. This was the answer we arrived at from our reasoning, after all. So then, why does she know about this? In Dogen's hands, even a chisel is enough to be used as a lethal weapon. One Yuri plushie, please! I am Bean today. I am Bean. My plushie self will come some other day, okay, Mikari? Yes, I am just Bean. I am Bean. sure would have been a simple job, but what? Okay, I'm gonna like. Excuse me. Thanks for the hit, Pen Mikarin. Thank you. Warden Roland, you certainly are sharp-witted. Hey, enough of the titles. Call me Patty. Patty. Crossblood. However, there's something you were a little too knowledgeable about. Ooh, embarrassed? You're such an inexperienced child, Edgeworth dear. Fight on, Mr. Edgeworth. You said you didn't really know much about Knightley. If that's the case, how did you know about the chisel inside the chessboard? Oh, of course, the entrance check. Enough with the poor excuses, the entrance check. The chessboard wasn't something Knightley brought with him. It was brought to him later by Mr. Keys. He didn't even have it when he arrived here. That's... my mistake. I meant the parcel check. Even if we assume that, there are still many suspicious points. Why wasn't such a chisel immediately confiscated? Judge Courtney, did you tell anyone about the trick to this chessboard? I did not. Oh. If no information about our investigation was leaked, then how did you find out? Dun dun dun. You could not have examined this during the entrance check or parcel check. Certainly. Someone in the warden's position would never have let the chisel slip by. Exactly. So answer this, Warden Roland. Where and how did you learn about the chessboard secret? Thanks for the hit, Pat Q. Hope you're having a great evening. In that case, I shall answer for you. It is because... I give up, Edgeworth dear. It is as you say. I interrogated Knightley. That's how I learned about the chessboard. But please believe me, I didn't kill anyone. Enough. It would appear that we have uncovered some vital information. I'll ask you to testify once more, if that's alright with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Lemire, it's an okay day, aww. Well, it's definitely better now that I'm here because Binyori is here to make your day better. Hey, Binyori. No objections here? Thank you, Edgeworth dear. I'll do my best. Well then, Warden Roland, I trust there will be no lies from here on out. Scary. The pool of lies is slowly running dry. Soon, I will bring out her true nature. Oh gosh, I want to make sure that... okay, I should be able to finish. Actually, I might be able to finish it by like this session, actually. Okay. Okay. Ay. My story part 2. I wouldn't go so far as to call it an interrogation. I always make sure to talk to all the new arrivals. Mr. Knightley, yes, we had a little chat. After our talk, he went right back to his cell, I assure you. She's piling lies on top of lies, not realizing that it only tightens the noose around her neck. You speak with the new prisoners, you say? That's right. I'm glad you understand. Your testimony is not solid evidence. It requires more than just understanding. Well then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination. Bet. I wouldn't go so far as to call it interrogation. I was just a little check. Are you sure? Okay, let's press this one then. If he really returned to his cell, there is no way he would be a corpse now. I know you're suggesting that I killed him during the interrogation, but I couldn't possibly have had a motive to kill Knightley, could I? Dogen was the only one I hated, and he had no connection with the victim. She only hated Dogen. Please add that statement to your testimony. Dogen was the one I hated, and he had no connection with the victim. The only one you hated was Dogen, am I correct? Yes, threatening me and doing whatever he wants in this prison. That man, I will never forgive him. I will do whatever it takes to corner him. And his black dog too. They aren't fit to live in my home. She's brimming with hostility even towards Dogen's dog. At first glance, it would seem she has no motive for killing Knightley. However, her hostility extends to anyone connected to Dogen. If I consider that, the answer would naturally follow. She chats with the criminals. The warden sure is easygoing, sir. Easygoing? She's killed one of the criminals, you know. Since the guy was handcuffed, it would have been a pretty one-sided affair. Warden Roland has to be the killer. I have faith in my reasoning so far. They did have a connection though. They were chess buddies. My eyes. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to have a look at this. This looks like a record of a chess game. Is there something wrong with it? This was discovered in the victim's cell. It was Knightley's memo. Warden Roland, you also discovered this note in the very same place. And not just in Knightley's cell, but in Dogen's too, correct? What are you... Don't say that you don't know about the chessboard in the special cell. Oh, thanks for the hydrate sour grapes, thank you. We're almost done. After all, you would have kept an eye on Dogen's actions, down to the smallest details. No, to be more precise, it wasn't Dogen that you needed to keep an eye on. You're almost done? Yes, let's go! The warden was searching for Mr. Dogen's henchman. Well, I just finished work. Wonderful, we can both finish work at the same time. From the start, I found it strange that the warden interrogated the prisoners personally, since he used his henchmen to threaten harm to her family. Warden Roland interrogated Dogen to expose them. So, what are you saying? As you inspected Dogen's mail, you must have known that he played correspondence chess. Ugh. And then Knightley appeared with a chess memo in hand. We deduced that he and Dogen were connected. You must have arrived at the same conclusion as well. However, you went one step too far in your reasoning. You thought Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen, who had come to kill you. So that's why you interrogated Knightley, boy. If the boss wants crack, go after his henchmen. In addition, you discovered something when you were interrogating him. Inside his chessboard, you found a portable chisel. The murder weapon! To Warden Roland, the chisel was a symbol of Dogen, and that was the final straw. You believed that Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen, and you killed him. Well, it seems that there will be no rebuttal. Judge Courtney, your verdict? Though it is incredibly unfortunate, there seems to be no room for doubt. I shall announce my verdict. For the murder of Horace Knightley, twice my secret verdict has been interrupted. Who was that? Warden Roland. Oh, how strange. You guys really don't understand anything. It would seem the one who doesn't understand is you. Me? Oh, I understand one thing very well. There is a huge contradiction in your logic, Mr. Edgeworth. Once she's cornered, she starts spouting nonsense. Paid no heed. Judge Courtney, your verdict? I am interested in hearing what the warden has to say. What? I thought so. I just have one thing I want to say. One? Please take a good look at the autopsy report. The autopsy report? The one I brought with me? I heard exactly what you said earlier, Justin darling. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches? No way! Could the tiny chisel really have made a wound 4 inches deep? Impossible! Let's go. How could I have made such an error? Oh, forgive me, goddess of law. Well, I believe that overturned your hypothesis. What will you do now, Mr. Edgeworth? What will we do? It'll be alright, pal. Mr. Edgeworth always... Whoa, hey now, he's gone all white. Hey, you're a defense attorney, aren't you? Isn't there something you can do, pal? Do the turnabout thing. Make some earth-shattering objection. I need to screenshot this. Objection. You need earth-shattering objection. Do that turnabout thing. Who do you think he is, Phoenix? Turnabout thing. Oops. Wait, yes. Uncle Ray's a hard worker, but without decisive evidence, we're just whipping a dead horse here. Does that mean it's hopeless? Oh boy. The true killer is Warden Roland. If it's not her, then nothing that's happened fits. But the chisel isn't the murder weapon. Are there any other sharp objects here? There are still many mysteries remaining in this case. However, we do not have the evidence to solve them at this present time. We have no choice but to continue this battle in the courtroom.
Objection!
Oh, yes! That would just give the killer a chance to destroy evidence. Are you mocking the court? No, I didn't mean anything like that. You look perplexed, Miles. Thought of anything yet? The chisel is not the murder weapon. In that case, what is? So what's the murder weapon? It's no use, we're back where we started. Is it the alligator? No objections, Prosecutor Edgeworth? By the way, any baseless statements will be punished accordingly. Ah, GG. It's no good, I can't think of anything. I need more time. I regret to say I have no... No! Mr. Edgeworth, remember what Mr. Shields said. If we give up, Simon will. Have you forgotten that sad look on his face? He was the one who suffered the most from Knightley's death. If we can't save him, who will? Besides, Simon believes in us. Oh man, feels so we can't give up. Okay. Miles, looks like you've found a good partner. It's like little cases. Whenever you're backed into a corner, think of your client. Keep fighting until the very end. Isn't that the feeling you're getting? I feel... Gregory, your old man. No matter what trouble he faced, he would always turn things around and save his client. You've got his blood in you, right? In that case, you're the only one who can turn this around. I feel so. Judge Courtney, the look in your eyes has suddenly changed. If you do intend to speak, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. Your logic thus far has been misplaced numerous times. So has yours, Judge. If this were to happen again, I will consider you unfit to call yourself a prosecutor. Has anyone ever told you, Judge Courtney, that you're unfit to be a judge? Okay. No? No one? Okay, I'll tell you. I'll be the first one to say that you're unfit to be a judge. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's my verdict. And you will hand over your badge. That's right. My reasoning about this case has indeed been misplaced numerous times. And you saw you agree with me, right? Have I made a grave miscalculation? Wait, my logic is misplaced? Pretty sure all the judges in this game are unfit. That's true. Still silent? I cannot condone this waste of time. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth! I will announce my verdict. That's it! I have to turn my logic around! My logic isn't misplaced, it's been misled! Dun dun dun! This card finds the defendant, Simon Key. Isn't it a little early to hand down a verdict? That's the third time. I actually think it's rather late. Don't you agree, Justin, darling? Enlighten us. What? Try to remember. The eyewitness account about his dog and his absence from the animal show. When I first heard that information, my suspicion immediately fell on Dogen. I am amazed you take such pride in retelling your previous failings. Lamal. But was that not the killer's aim? What if we assumed that was their intention from the start? Of course, the chisel served the same purpose. Knightley's body was stabbed in the same spot with multiple sharp objects. This shows that he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon was removed. By soaking the chisel in Knightley's blood, the killer wanted to mislead us into thinking the chisel was the murder weapon. Why? That's because... Why did the killer want us to think the chisel was the murder weapon? To get Dogen expelled, it makes sense. Warden Roland, you made use of this chisel's image. Chisel's image? What are you trying to say? Mr. DeBest, when you see this chisel, what does it suggest to you? Something like Dogen is the killer, right? Now, do you understand? That was the warden's aim. Ah, she wanted us to suspect the person with the chisels. Indeed, that was her plan from the very beginning. To make Sirhan Dogen out to be the killer. I understand your logic. It is true that the warden did not think kindly of Dogen. But you understand, don't you? This alone does not prove she is the killer. As I thought, it's not enough. The remaining chance is for me to find the real murder weapon. If you have no more evidence, I believe this conversation is over. I know where it is. I could prove it if I found the real murder weapon. It's in the crocodile. It doesn't matter what you say, we did a clean sweep of this place. It is as Sebastian says. In the end, we could not find any weapons. In other words, such proof is impossible. Did you search inside the alligator? No, the murder must still be somewhere in the prison. As long as this exists. The security gate. You remember its name after all. Are you mocking me? It's because of those things that you can't take metal objects in or out of this place. Oh! Right. As long as those security gates exist, the murder weapon should still be here. That also means no weapon could have been brought into the prison. In the end, we're back to that same mystery after all. Judge Courtney? Prosecutor Edgeworth, surely you've realized. If the real murder weapon is still in the prison, one must also consider how it got here in the first place. The chisel was concealed within the chessboard. But the chisel is not the real murder weapon. Which means the real murder weapon must have been smuggled in somehow. The way it was smuggled in, can you prove that? How Warden Roland brought the weapon into the prison? You had evidence transferred from the precinct. Yes, we borrowed all the evidence concerning Dogen. I've been interrogating him personally. She used a knife! That's it! She could have used that! Is it this one? Wait, I just want to double check. Out goes the big braining. Hi, Sean. My brain is still too small for this. See, Dogen's bells. Okay.
Take that.
It's the bell. Yesterday, Dogen said this. Yes, my bells. There are only 2 in the world. Only 2? They're custom-made, attached to my knife and Anubis' collar. Even though I can only rely on my ears, I can easily identify them. Alas, one has been confiscated and is not in my possession. It's possible the murder weapon was brought in as confiscated evidence. What? Dogen's knife was confiscated and stored on the premises. Furthermore, a bell was attached to the knife. It can't be! The bell on that chisel! Exactly. The killer took it from the knife and reattached it to the chisel. But the only fingerprints on this chisel are Knightley's. The killer probably wore gloves when they made the switch. She made the chisel out to be the murder weapon by attaching Dogen's bell. And in doing so made Dogen appear to be the culprit. Furthermore, the handling of the set of evidence that this bell originally belonged to was only possible for someone with the proper authority. Who, sir? Who had that authority? Why don't we ask the warden what she thinks? But your head looks real big now, though. What? Becoming chibi makes you smarter, huh? Maybe. Maybe I need to go into Bean Yuri mode more often. You can find bells anywhere. Anyone could have attached it, right? It's a unique bell, though. I see, so you don't know. These bells are Dogen's trademark. There are only 2 in the world. What? and so attaching the bell would naturally make you the killer. Do you have any evidence I have knife? You don't, do you? Of course, I understand. In that case, Mr. The Best, I'd like to request an investigation immediately. Eh? But if you find it, it'll be problematic for me. That doesn't matter now. It is necessary that we reveal the truth. You are a prosecutor, are you not? Well, even if you say that. First, this useless prosecutor. If only I still had investigative rights. Besides, we can't investigate without the warden's permission, right? There's no way she would approve. We have no choice but to investigate ourselves. If you don't have evidence, there's no use in continuing this conversation. Technically, doesn't he have to prove there are only 2 in the world? That is, you know how academics, like when they write the paper and they're like, we didn't have time or energy to search this, but they said, this research is beyond the scope of this paper. Yeah, anyway, that information is beyond the scope of this case, is what I would say to you. The goddess of law does not smile upon those with no evidence. This will have to be continued in the courtroom. I really want to play as Miles in the courtroom though. Like, you know, playing as a prosecutor, that would be really nice. Not good. If we give the warden more time here, she'll definitely destroy the evidence. It seems like I have no choice but to raise an objection and stall for time. But I don't have anything definite. Is that really acceptable? Question is my mouse still tracking properly? Oh my gosh, yeah, it's still tracking properly because my room is quite dark right now. Yeah, but anyway, let's continue. Is it really like me to do something this reckless? No, not good. Now is not the time for hesitation. Right now, I'm not a prosecutor, but an attorney's assistant. I need to protect my client. I'm the only one who can save him now. In that case... Even if it's a 1 in a million chance, I have to take it. It's sink or swim. Should I raise an objection? Yes. Objection! It almost feels like I've turned into a certain bluff. Finally we get a mention! Nice! Let's go! Let's go! I'm gonna screenshot this! Yes! Let's go! Yes! Nice! Certain bluffing attorney. Yes, 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 yes. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Lego Fini, that's right, let's go! But right now, I can't come to a standstill here.
Objection!
Hold it! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what now? I just realized something. What would that be? Pray tell. Gyakuten, yeah. Naturally, the whereabouts of the real murder weapon, Dogen's knife. Mr. Edgeworth, is that really true? Yes, though it is a lie. I find that hard to believe. This isn't a bluff, is it? You underestimate me. The word bluff does not exist in my dictionary. Stop it. Stop it, you learned it from someone. This is bad for my heart. There's no way you could know, because such a thing doesn't even exist. Well then, could you enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Crocodile, crocodile, crocodile. Somewhere the police didn't look. A blind spot in this animal-filled prison. Hiding place the warden would have complete confidence in. Hiding place. Come to think of it. It was inevitable. Anubis, show them your mouth. Animal's mouth. The same method? No, it couldn't be, could it? But there aren't that many ways to hide things from an investigator's eyes. Prosecutor Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? But lie obviously exists in his dictionary. No, he would argue that they're two different things. And also, lie does not exist in his dictionary. It's possible, but I'm taking a big gamble here. The place where the real murder weapon is hidden is... it's in the courtyard. Yes, here.
Take that.
Here? In the courtyard? Indeed. That's not enough information. Please show us in more detail. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? I need to like... further. Here, right here.
Take that.
That's it! Back then! Huh? Yay! We detected something in the crocodile's mouth, so... Of course, that's why the metal detector reacted. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to take a look at this. The chisel? Wasn't that just a fake murder weapon? Dogen hid this chisel inside his dog's mouth. And the real murder weapon was hidden in very much the same way. Uh-oh. The real murder weapon is in the pond inside the alligator. What? What? We can confirm that the metal detector reacted to the alligator. Judge Courtney, please have the insides of the alligator examined. I give my consent. We'll have to call a veterinarian. I can make that little girl open her mouth. Oh yeah, Regina! Regina, best girl! Can I help? Yes, go ahead. Warden Roland, discovering the real murder weapon will settle this matter once and for all. Why don't you do the honorable thing and confess now? What would I have to confess? In that case, you can just wait for your fate to be sealed. We found it, sir! Just where you said it would be. It's over. Patricia Roland, the real murder weapon is none other than Dogen's knife. And the one who murdered Horace Knightley can only be you. Okay, finally. Dogen was the evil one. I didn't do anything wrong. It was completely reasonable. That guy was one of Dogen's henchmen. Him... If only he had never come to my home. I could at least still be happy. My special paradise. He ruined it. All of it. Him! That no good assassin! Him! What the hell? Are those all foxes? Oh my gosh, they're all foxes. March 28th, 12:34 p.m. Detention Center hallway. Okay. Chill, lady. Don't glitch out on us. Damn. Yeah, she glitched out. Mr. The Best of the Best. Fuck. We have the results. The best of the best? Looks like even the forensic officers have it tough. We found traces of Knightley's blood on Dogen's knife. It was just like you said. You're the best, Mr. The Best. Alright, good job, but don't stop there. Keep the praise coming. Yes, sir. You're so incredible, it brings tears to my eyes. From sorrow? Well done, Sebastian. Next comes the follow-up investigation. Huh? What are you talking about, Justin? Hasn't the case been solved already? We have not yet confirmed if Knightley truly was one of Dogen's henchmen. There is also a chance that Warden Roland jumped to conclusions. Oh? Oh? That is the remaining uncertainty in this case. Anyways, let's keep investigating. Hey, you there, come with me. Since I'm the best, the truth will appear before me first. When that moment arrives, make sure you don't miss it. Oh my gosh, I want to fling him off a building. From the pain of having to praise him, that's right. Yes, sir, I'm looking forward to witnessing a first-rate ability. Let's go! I am in pain. We live in troubling times, wouldn't you agree? That the would-be assassin of the president was found, murdered in the prison. Knightley had not planned to assassinate the president. The truth is not as vital as you seem to believe it to be. Not to the world, and not to the law. That can't be right! Believe what you will, however. As long as Prosecutor Edgeworth remains a prosecutor, it is an inescapable reality. Him currently. The truth could be right in front of him and he wouldn't see it, I know, right, Q? He's so unfit. They're all unfit. A prosecutor is not someone who demands a guilty verdict. That is what I believe. Those are merely your values. The law is not the plaything of any one person. If you will not submit to that, you will do well to prepare for the consequences. What's that supposed to mean, pal? Don't tell me you're gonna... Now then, this is where I must take my leave, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, she left? Judge Courtney is right. The law should not serve any one person's desires. However, if the truth is bent as a result of that, can that really be called justice? It's our boy, Simon! But boss! What happened? They said you could come out already? Well, honestly, I don't know for sure. All of a sudden they were like, you're free to go and you should thank Mr. Edgeworth. Well, that's because he found out who the real murderer was. Really? He did? Mr. Edgeworth? The judge praying to Lady Justice but so biased, I know, right? How can she pray to Lady Justice and believe Sebastian can do what Mr. Edgeworth is doing? Like, what the hell? Ah! Oh! No, wait. Even if you glare at me like that, it's useless. I'm innocent, after all. You can't make me guilty. Okay, I should really be going soon. Hopefully we can wrap this up quickly. Simon, you should thank him, you know? You're right! Thank you very much! I want to thank you too! Good grief. Mr. Defense Attorney, can I ask you just one more question? Yes, you may. But I'm not a defense attorney. Lol. I thought that Knightley and I were friends. No, I mean best friends. I always thought we were. You don't think so anymore? Well, I'm just wondering. There were some things I had no idea about. Like how he could hate someone enough to kill them. That's why maybe he never trusted me either? Simon, that's not true. You're lying, because if I had known, I could have stopped him. Hi, Kurokami. Hi. Oh, you're back from a workout? Hope it went well. I would have told him he had no need to be angry with anyone. Mr. Keys, I don't think he disliked you either. Let's show him proof that Knightley trusted him. It's the chessboard, right?
Take that!
That's what I gave to... Knightley hid a chisel inside it. Most likely to aid in his escape. Escape? He used me? He trusted in you. He knew you'd bring it to him without looking into it and without question. And in doing just that, you were caught up in everything. Nightly, you idiot! Looks like he gets it. Simon is not as dumb as he looks after all. Aw, I'm sure he'll be back to normal by tomorrow. That's fast. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Come on. Oh, I'll be strong. I'll become a splendid wild animal tamer for Knightley's sake. Excellent. That's the spirit. I almost forgot! If you'd like, please come to our next show. Very big circus coming today. I'll also be performing in it. Hey, look at Max Galactica. The Very Big Circus is always fabulous and fun for all ages. Wow, that sounds like fun. Let's go, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I'll think about it. Well, we need to get back to practicing right away. You'll be regent today. What? The tiger? No way. It'll be fine. He's a good boy. No way. There is no way it'll be fine. Same. Please cut me a break. Pause. It was nice knowing Simon. He's gone. And there they go. But man, bravo. You really put on a good show today, Miles. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Shields. Without your help, she might have gotten away. Not to mention allowing us to continue the investigation. Oh man, cut it out already. You're gonna make me blush. I never know when you are being serious. Aw. Uncle Ray's always serious. So how was it, Miles? How did it feel to be a defense attorney? To save people? Oh, my feels. A defense attorney. But that really took me back. It was just like being next to your old man again. It's been a while since I felt this good. It was... well... it's somewhat difficult to say it was a good thing. Come on, Miles. Are you sure you don't want to be a defense attorney? Oh, what? What? You know, pick up where your father left off. Don't you want to save people like he did? What are you talking about, pal? Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecutor. I mean, you could always just switch, you know? But is it really that unusual for a prosecutor to become a defense attorney these days? Unusual isn't the problem here. Hey, don't be upset. Don't be so upset. It's normal, you know. Normal. It's not. Normal, pal. You don't make for a powerful defense team. Mr. Shields, I am a prosecutor. And Uncle Ray is a defense attorney. That's why I'm being serious about this. Oh, that's just my opinion. Feel free to drop by anytime if you have a change of heart. I'll be waiting for ya. Damn. Follow in my father's footsteps? Oh man. Me become a defense attorney? I'm going to become a defense attorney, just like my dad. Oh, not this scene again! Not like this! Not like this. Should I become a defense attorney? Like my father? Oh my god. I... Don't end like this! Don't end like this! Okay, anyway. I need to save. I don't really have much to say, okay? Except I look forward to the Inherited Turnabout. Okay, well, let's look for someone to rate because I really gotta go now. Let's see who is streaming. Who's streaming? ちょっと待ってね。It's just streaming. It's just streaming. It's just streaming. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Let's see. Oh. Oh, Lamau. Someone is playing through the same case I'm playing, but Oh ho. Shall we raid Tingy Lily? Shall we raid Tingy Lily? Let's say hi. Yeah, I'm going. Wait. I'm coming. Okay. I'll just send you guys over because I don't really have much more to say. Just yes, thank you for coming today, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you for sticking with me through like freaking almost 6 hours, not almost 6, 5 and a half hours. Okay, but it's time to go. See you guys next time.